You're listening to Indigo Stone, Spectrum of Magic, Book 3, written by D.N. Leo, narrated by Claire Lindsay. This production is brought to you by D.N. Leo and D.N. Media Creative Team. To support the Multiverse Novels channel, please subscribe to the channel and give the video a like.
Chapter 1. Heat. That was all he could feel. A wave of fire that carried incinerating heat was flying toward him. Lorcan stared at it as if it was a movie clip shown in slow motion. Once that fire brushed over him, Lorcan knew all that would be left of him was a pile of ashes. He was stuck beneath a collapsed brick dome. Half of his body was buried and his legs were crushed. He didn't think there were any bones left intact, so even if the bricks and stones didn't crumble down upon him, he wouldn't be able to move out of the way of the fire anyway. As death loomed close, he thought of Orla. He hadn't had a chance to marry her properly. He thought of his family and Ireland, too, and regretted taking their love for granted. If there were a God, and somehow that God was compassionate enough to grant him another chance, he would take Orla to Ireland to meet his family and marry her. On top of that, he would go to church every week. Brandon's laughter still echoed in the air, the sound of evil. How could a gatekeeper in a virtuous place such as the Damon Gate turn dark so quickly? Lorcan wondered. As he closed his eyes, awaiting the coming fire, he heard the sound of a spaceship moving closer. Turning toward the noise, he saw it had parked close to where he lay. From inside the spaceship, Kieran jumped out and rushed over to Lorcan. "Go away! There won't be enough time, Kieran!" Lorcan yelled. That man must have nerves of steel, Lorcan thought. Without a word, Kieran blasted his weapon at the loose bricks around Lorcan, and then used his daggers as levers to lift the large stone from on top of Lorcan. Ignoring Lorcan's verbal abuse, Kieran hauled Lorcan up and half-carried, half-dragged Lorcan into his spaceship. The door closed and sealed immediately after their embarkation. "Heat defense mechanism on," Kieran shouted. The spaceship shuddered, and they heard a click. "Affirmative and ready," a robotic voice said. Then the storm of fire hit them. The spaceship tilted slightly when hit, but regained its balance soon after. As the counterbalance mechanism kicked in to compensate for the heat outside, the air inside the spaceship dropped to freezing. The storm continued to attack the spaceship from the outside. They heard the sound of sharp objects hitting metal, and the force of the air blew through gaps in the outer body of the ship, creating a hellish, howling noise. Then it quieted down, the fire went past, and the spaceship seemed to settle. Lying on the floor, Lorcan's vision became blurry. He knew he needed to pass out so that his body could begin the healing process, but he had to tell Kieran about his healing ability first, or he would think that his system was collapsing. Damn it, Lorcan thought. He couldn't force a word past his lips. And as he'd predicted, Kieran was trying to prevent him from passing out because in the same situation, a normal person would pass out and go into cardiac arrest due to the shock of the injuries and the extreme changes of environmental conditions they had just experienced. "Lorcan, come on, open your eyes for me. You're not going to die. Come on." Kieran shook Lorcan's shoulders so hard that there was no way he would be able to pass out and start any healing process. Lorcan wanted to scream, but again, he couldn't get any words out. Kieran ran to a small compartment and pulled out an emergency medical kit. Lorcan opened his eyes and saw Kieran preparing a syringe. It had to be adrenaline, Lorcan thought, which normally he wouldn't mind, but if that kick-ass chemical was injected into his system now, he'd be forced to remain conscious and deal with his excruciating pain. Lorcan summoned all the strength he had left and said, "No." Kieran cocked an eyebrow. "No, it's only adrenaline. I know what I'm doing." "No," Lorcan repeated, but Kieran approached him, still ignoring his weak protest. Kieran crouched next to Lorcan, but before he could inject the adrenaline, something hit the spaceship so hard that it almost tipped the craft over. Kieran fell, dropping the syringe on the floor, and it rolled away to a far corner. He hurried toward a control window to look outside, mumbling some profanity as he went. On the floor, Lorcan took his opportunity and slipped into his needed unconsciousness. After a while, Lorcan opened his eyes to find himself alone, lying on the floor of the spaceship. His body had healed. Getting up, he went to the window to see what was going on outside. A short distance away, Kieran and a group of soldiers had barricaded themselves behind the ruins of a Gothic dome and were firing at a small army of space creatures. To protect Lorcan, Kieran shot and killed any creatures veering toward the space vessel. Lorcan immediately recognized the ambush attempt that had caught him off guard before. He searched the spaceship for the weapon compartment. He grabbed 2 long laser beam guns. He'd never used them before, but in looking them over, it didn't take him long to figure out where the triggers were. Unfortunately, as soon as he touched the handles of the guns, a line of text flashed on a small screen located above the trigger. Unauthorized user. Lorcan swore and ran to the control panel. He jammed his palm on the verification screen and, ignoring the machine's protest, hacked into the system. It didn't take him long to prompt the system to give him a pass for weapon usage. Lorcan scanned the receiver of the gun over the verification screen dashboard, and the recognition mechanism on the gun flashed a green light. Outside, Kieran had nearly wiped out the small army, still keeping an eye on the spaceship to be sure no stray creatures wandered near it. He felt a sudden blast of heat and dust pressure coming from behind, an area that oddly backed up to a dead-end wall of rock and stone. Kieran was sure that nothing could penetrate the wall to come out at him from that corner, but then it dawned on him that he was fighting in a transitional zone in between universes. The dead end could be merely an illusion, and a dimensional hole could open up before he had a chance to react. He whirled around to face the general direction from which the blast had come, but it seemed to be too late. He shouted to his soldiers to take cover and dove behind a rock. The pressure came like an explosion. He and all of his soldiers were thrown feet away, tossed around like rag dolls. Dazed, Kieran tried to sit up and see through the dust storm. He saw nothing but the shape of a man walking toward him. He groped for his weapons on the ground nearby, but found nothing but dust. He could feel the warmth of his blood streaming out from a gash on his left shoulder. Kieran tried to spring to his feet, but his body wouldn't obey. Looking up, he saw Brandon standing right in front of him, a cold smirk on his face. "Never thought you would face death like this, did you, Kieran?" Chapter 2. Kieran looked at Brandon in the eye.
"Why? I saved your life."
"Well, you should have asked me if I wanted that. You think you know it all, Kieran? You, the host, and those stupid humans are trying to obtain what doesn't belong to you."
"The key of Sush? What does it have to do with you?"
"I could take the time to explain to you why you must die today, but I'm not feeling compassionate at the moment. So say goodbye, Kieran LeBlanc, king of you days. You will die on the battlefield like a common soldier." Brandon raised his crossbow, aiming at Kieran's head, but Kieran swung his leg and kicked the weapon away. His second kick landed on Brandon's abdomen, sending him staggering back and falling to the ground. Still groggy, Kieran struggled to his feet and was then assaulted by Brandon's 2-leg kick. He skidded backwards and fell back to the ground. As Brandon stood up and ran to recover his weapons, 2 streams of laser beams blasted at his chest. His clothes became engulfed in flame, but he pulled a lever and the fire died out instantly. Brandon released a black smoke ball and fled the scene. Lorcan hurried into the dome of dust and black smoke to drag Kieran out.
"I've got this. Let go."
Kieran shrugged off Lorcan's support and walked out of the dust on his own. He inhaled some clean air and coughed out the dust that coated his throat and lungs, recovering swiftly. Then Kieran turned around, looking at Lorcan.
"Are you okay?"
"Yes," Lorcan grinned.
"Did you know the best way to kill a creature in space is to aim at the head? You're using 2 laser beamers, and all you did was set Brandon's clothes on fire."
Kieran exclaimed.
I've never used these before, so that's good enough, isn't it? I didn't miss totally. Brandon ran away. Again, Kieran mumbled, clutching his bleeding shoulder. He glanced around, taking stock of the situation. And he killed 7 of my best soldiers. Shouldn't you be relieved he didn't kill you too?
Kieran said nothing and headed back to his spaceship. Lorcan followed, and Kieran asked,
How can you walk like that now? A short while ago you were dying. I knew that would be the first thing you'd ask when you saw me. I wasn't dying. I have the ability to heal myself, heal my injuries very quickly, but I have to shut my system down first.
They were inside the spaceship now.
You can heal yourself.
Lorcan nodded.
Yes, as long as I haven't died, I can heal myself from injuries. To what extent, I don't know. It's all new to me, too. Right. Kieran rolled his eyes. Kieran, I know it's hard for you to accept anything you can't explain scientifically. It was hard for me, too. But when your life partner, the person you've spent your entire life with, tells you she's a sorceress, you kind of learn to accept things that seem a little beyond reality.
Kieran nodded.
Are there any more special abilities you and your group have that I should know about? Apart from what you already know, Roy and Maury are werefoxes and Orla is a sorceress. Nothing else. Anyway, why are you here? I thought you were taking Roy to Udays.
Kieran shook his head.
I got a message on the way to Udays with Roy. I came back for you and the girls said you'd gone. What happened? I was on my way to the Daemon Gate to get the guest pass for Maury. Brandon ambushed me exactly the way he did you just now. He thought I had the key with me, and when he couldn't find it, he left me buried in the ruins and went after Orla. We have to get to her.
Kieran shook his head.
I've sent for her. They'll be here soon.
He glanced at his wrist unit.
My officers just confirmed. They're safe and sound.
The sound of an incoming holocast interrupted, and a beam of light flashed inside the spaceship, inside of which stood the life-sized hologram image of the host of the Daemon Gate.
You're injured, Kieran?
The host asked. Lorcan nodded, acknowledging the host. The host responded in turn. Kieran winced and walked toward the medical compartment. He pulled out a square medical patch and cleaned his wound.
I don't have the ability to heal myself quickly, but this will help clean things up. It should look better by the time my wife sees it.
Kieran flashed Lorcan a brief smile and then addressed the host.
I called for you because one of the missions you sent people to complete on Earth might have caused collateral effects that I don't think you'd be happy about. I placed our intelligence system on Earth to keep an eye on things, but the system has just reported that a sea creature is gathering a massive amount of energy under the seabeds of all continents on Earth. That amount of energy could create a series of tsunamis.
Kieran looked straight into the host's eyes.
It's going to drown the entire human population. This creature has something to do with the Daemon Gate. What can you tell us about the key and the mission you ordered?
The host arched an eyebrow and stared at Kieran. Kieran shrugged.
I can certainly find out myself, but it will take precious time that we might need in order to save the humans on Earth. I still have interests on Earth, so I'd like to protect the people there,
Kieran explained. The host nodded.
There was a myth before my time that the Key of Sush can give the holder the ability to control the water level of any universe, given the correct lineup of all astronomical elements. For me, it's simply a key to secure one of our eastern gates.
Kieran nodded.
For creatures that live in an aquatic environment, water dictates their territories and is a prime motivation for invasion. I killed the woman who was supposed to give the key to the creature. It looked quite pissed. I'm not sure if it was because of the woman's death or because it couldn't get the key, but whatever the reason, if we go back to Earth to kill that reptile, do you think it would solve the tsunami threat?
Lorcan asked.
Kieran nodded. It's speculation, but it's better than doing nothing.
Lorcan pulled out a little pouch and put it on the floor.
Here's the key. I'll leave it with you, and we'll return to Earth for the creature.
He looked at the host. Kieran arched an eyebrow.
I thought you said you didn't have it with you. I'd hidden it before Brandon attacked me. Just got it back now.
Brandon? The host asked.
Kieran nodded. He was trying to kill me, too. He's taken residence in Zylok, outside your jurisdiction, and now he, or the person who took him in, wants the key, too. Maybe the myth has some truth to it. Perhaps the key of Sush does have magical powers.
Kieran mumbled sarcastically. The host stepped forward, moving the light beam up to encircle the pouch on the ground. He then bent down to pick it up.
Oh, no.
The host shook his head. Lorcan and Kieran watched the host as he pulled out the key and pointed to its top. The stone is missing. There's an indigo stone that's supposed to be mounted right here.
So the key won't work without the stone?
Lorcan asked. The host shook his head.
The stone carries the power, and the key unlocks the power.
They won't work separately. This is now simply a metal key, and the stone an expensive decoration.
But we took the key out of the patch lock at the temple. My guess is that it had to have the stone attached to it at the time. The Firefox clan wouldn't have spent generations and sacrificed many lives to guard a useless key with no power. And the woman grabbed the key from me and ran back to the beach. It wasn't long before we caught up with her, and we killed her before she could give the key to the dragon. So what happened to the stone in between?
Lorcan exclaimed.
Time is relative, Kieran contemplated. How does that explain any of this?
Lorcan raked his hands through his hair and paced in agitation.
Did anything strange happen between the time the woman took the key and when you killed her?
Kieran asked.
Not really. She locked us in the temple and triggered a mechanism so the temple collapsed and we were buried. We escaped via the drainage system beneath the temple. The only thing that was strange to me was the drainage. It was like a tunnel, long, dark, and confusing.
Lorcan trailed off as a thought came to his mind.
Dimensional hole. Do you think that's what it was, Kieran?
Kieran smiled and nodded.
The woman was obviously going to give the dragon the key without the stone. There must be more to that woman that meets the eye.
Lorcan rolled his eyes.
Yeah, she stripped naked on the beach. I beg your pardon,
the host asked. Kieran laughed.
Never mind, Lorcan rumbled and continued. So I guess we leave the key with you here and go back to Earth for the stone and the dragon?
Kieran nodded.
You might be able to kill 2 birds with one mission. Take these.
Kieran removed handguns from the weapon compartment and programmed them.
These are specially designed for the transitional zone, so I think they'll work on Earth. They'll definitely be superior compared to the current technology there, and won't be detected by any detecting device.
Kieran gave Lorcan the guns. While Lorcan assessed the weight and the feel of them, the host shook his head. Kieran merely smiled at the host and muttered,
I'm sorry your peacekeeping mission isn't working out, but my friends are still on Earth. I'm not going to let them die because of this stupid reptile.
Chapter 3. Hot sand rubbed at her face. Orla rolled onto her side, moaning. Her entire body ached, but it was not the pain of battle. It was the pain of overtaxed body muscles after a body combat session at the gym. She opened her eyes, squinted at the bright sunlight, and immediately recalled what had just happened. She jumped to her feet, searching for Lorcan. Behind a small sand hill, Lorcan drew himself up, squinted his eyes groggily, and registered the situation. He swung around, catching sight of Orla, and grinned.
Are you okay?
He asked, glancing up and down her body. Orla nodded. You? She turned him around, checking him over.
I'm fine.
From behind a small shrub on their left, Roy and Maury stood up, taking inventory. How are you guys? Orla asked.
We're fine,
Maury responded. Lorcan ran back to the sandhill where he had landed and dug around in the sand. When Orla, Roy, and Maury approached, Lorcan explained.
I'm looking for my wrist unit.
The one Kieran gave you? Orla asked. Lorcan grunted a response and breathed a sigh of relief as he saw a black band sticking up from the sand a few feet away from him. Picking it up, he brushed the sand from it with the sleeve of his shirt. After blowing off the last bit of sand, he started coding. Everyone's eyes were on the device, the only tool they had at the moment to reopen the portal that would take them back to the transitional zone of the multiverse. The device flashed green, signaling that it was operational. Lorcan sighed a breath of relief and put the device away. Orla rubbed at her shoulders. It was a rough landing, wasn't it? I thought Kieran was more skillful than that when he opened the portal for us. Lorcan smiled. He came over to massage Orla's aching shoulders.
He is skillful. You should see him in battle. The transition was bumpy because we ran into some dust storms along the way. Anyway, I hope there won't be too many rough days ahead of us.
Orla rolled her eyes. We can only hope. Roy stood stiffly, looking at Maury.
We'll be all right. We'll find the stone, and then return to the transitional zone. I'll take you to Eudays.
Is that what Kieran promised? Maury asked, arching an eyebrow.
If we complete this task, Kieran will take you in. You can trust him. He's that kind of guy.
Lorcan said. And you know that because... Maury asked. We've had a lot of dealings with Kieran. He has more important things to worry about than dishonoring his promise, Orla said. Maury shrugged.
He saved me and asked nothing in return, remember, Maury?
Roy asked. Maury looked at Roy. There was so much more she wanted to say to him, but she couldn't say it in front of Lorcan and Orla. She tugged at the new weapon Kieran had just given them to make sure it was secure, then walked away.
Where are we?
Roy asked.
Kieran showed me the map of the energy movements underneath the seabeds, but we didn't have a chance to convert that information to a surface map. But I think we're somewhere between Japan and some small islands in Southeast Asia. I could locate us by triangulating the wrist unit and the base station, but I'm reluctant to activate the signals unless it's absolutely necessary. We can ask the locals.
Lorcan squinted, his hands on his hips, and glanced around the endless expanse of white sand. Well, this looks very promising, Orla said, rolling her eyes. From the corner of her eyes, she saw a small head with black hair popping in and out from behind a black rock. Without a single word, her hand was on her weapon, and she was charging toward the possible stalker. She moved too fast for the person behind the rock to react or run away. The group followed her. Orla pulled her gun, pointing it at the rock. Come out and raise your hands where I can see them. For Lorcan, she added, Yes, I learned that from cop shows on TV. From behind the rock, a small child stepped out. He was a boy about 10 years old with short black hair and huge brown eyes which were filled with tears. The boy had his hands in the air, suggesting he'd understood what Orla said. Hey, don't worry, I'm not going to shoot you, Orla soothed. She almost sounded like she was singing a lullaby. She put the gun away. The boy put his hands down, but his eyes still gleamed with tears. I'm sorry I scared you. It's okay now. We won't hurt you. We are just a little bit lost. Do you know where we are? The boy stopped shaking, and a faint smile came across his face. Lorcan approached and pulled out the liquid map Kieran had given him previously. He programmed it to reveal the surface map of the Earth and zoomed in on Asia.
Do you think you can point out on the map where we are now?
He laid the map on the ground where it flattened out and expanded like a paper map. Lorcan made a mental note to praise this technology to Kieran. The boy crouched next to the map and reached his hand out, pointing to a particular location on the map. But before his finger could make contact, he turned his hand and pulled the gun holstered on Orla's belt. The boy jumped back to his feet, stepped back, and held the gun shakily in his little hands, pointing it at the group of people.
Easy, kid, easy. That's not a toy,
Lorcan said. If you put it down and go away, we won't chase you. We don't mean any harm, Orla said. The boy's eyes fixed on Roy and Maury. He stepped back as the group advanced. Then he lifted the gun, pointed it at Roy, and pulled the trigger. Maury yelped and dove at Roy, squashing him down. Chapter 4. The gun didn't discharge. It wouldn't work for him because the kid wasn't authorized to use it. It had been programmed only for the people in the group. The boy threw the gun on the sand and ran away. Orla started to rush after him, but Lorcan held her back.
Let him go.
He shot at us! The kid shot at us! He didn't shoot at us. He shot at Roy, Maury said. Roy pushed Maury off of him and grabbed her shoulders.
Never, ever do that again, Maury. Do not jump in front of me to block an attack.
Roy's eyes sparked with fury. Maury waved her arms in the air in frustration. You never know what's coming at you, she growled and walked away.
Why did the kid shoot at me? Do I look like the kind of thug who would harm a kid?
Roy asked Lorcan and Orla. On the contrary, you're as beautiful as a character straight from Japanese comic books. The thing is, even the bad guys in those comic books are sinfully gorgeous. Maybe you look like a character from the dark side, Roy. Orla grinned.
Not helpful, Orla. And since when do you read Japanese comic books?
Lorcan asked. I don't read them. There aren't many words. Mainly pictures. Lorcan waved his arms in frustration.
Orla.
All right, but my point remains. Roy might look similar to some dark character that scared the kid.
He wasn't scared. He shot at me with hatred. With conviction,
Roy said. Lorcan nodded.
Roy's right. The boy wasn't scared. What could raise such vicious emotion in a boy who's, barely 10 years old?
Lorcan shook his head. It has to do with his family. Orla looked down at the sand where the boy had stood before. She said that more to herself than in response to Lorcan's question. As a part of her training in sorcery, her family had tried to bring up evil spirits in her since she was as young as 6 years old. Orla felt a tug at her arm and saw Lorcan had grabbed hold of her hands. He pulled her into his arms. He said nothing, but she knew he could read what she was thinking.
Maury found something,
Roy said and ran toward Maury. Maury was crouching, examining something on the ground. Orla and Lorcan followed Roy. As they approached, she was staring at a small piece of black rock peeking through the white sand. Roy crouched next to Maury and then looked at Lorcan and Orla.
There are werefoxes nearby.
Was the boy? Orla asked. Roy shook his head.
I can't tell.
Maury stood up and headed west. They followed. After walking for a bit, they approached a small village, a generous description of a handful of temporary shelters carved into the sandy hills. Sandstone cliffs stood tall, arcing into a natural dome, bizarre patterns imprinted on the rocks by the wind and water. The breeze blew in between the cliffs and the patterned rocks, creating an eerie, flute-like sound, soulful and haunting. The sun was drifting away quickly, leaving a last drop of sunlight on the shiny limestone of the cliffs. Standing at the entrance to the village, they could see sparkling eyes from the shelters looking at them. They inched a bit closer, and the rumbling noise of growls became audible.
Don't go inside. They'll become hostile, whatever they are,
Lorcan warned. Maury continued on. Roy grabbed her arm, pulling her back. She hissed at him.
They're werefoxes. They'll recognize us. You know that, Roy,
Maury protested.
No, I don't know that, Maury. They're definitely some kind of were creatures, but if the boy came from this group, they obviously hate me for some reason. I don't think it's a good idea to go in.
A snarl came from the shelters, followed by hisses, howls, and barking. The shadow of a little fox darted out from a shelter. Then there were many others that ran out in a herd. They stormed to a corner between two large rocks arched like a doorway and disappeared into the darkness. Maury tried to give chase, but Roy held her back.
We chased them off. They're firefoxes, and we chased them from their home,
Maury cried out. Roy's arms were like a pair of iron pliers, gripping Maury and lifting her off of the ground.
You're not going after them, Maury. It could be a trap. They're firefoxes, but they're not your clan. We can't be here. You can't go with them. Do you hear me?
Roy wiped away Maury's tears and held her in his arms. Lorcan and Orla checked the shelters, finding none of the foxes left. Lorcan shook his head.
They obviously need a leader. Living in this condition and running away whenever anything that remotely resembles a threat comes knocking on their door? This clan won't survive for long.
Orla hushed Lorcan. Don't give Maury any ideas. It'll break Roy's heart if she goes with the foxes and he has to go to Udays. Lorcan shook his head and sighed. Orla pulled him into her arms, tucked away a long strand of hair flopping on his forehead, and looked into his striking blue eyes.
We're the lucky ones, aren't we?
He said, and kissed her. Chapter 5. As soon as the sun climbed over the top of the limestone cliffs the next morning, the group left the shelter of the werefoxes behind and headed in the direction of possible civilization. Orla was utilizing the best of her psychic ability to sense the direction. The liquid map Lorcan relied on didn't seem to work consistently. They followed the coast for a while, with the endless open water on one side and the limestone cliffs on the other. Roy pointed in the distance.
I think that's a town.
He squinted his eyes, spotting the silhouettes of buildings.
Finally,
Orla sighed. Lorcan grinned and kissed her on the cheek. They walked a bit further and finally found a town. There were a couple of blocks of small houses, a few convenience stores, a gas station, and a grocery store on the main street. Lorcan glanced around, making a mental map of the place.
There's one thing that's missing,
Lorcan mumbled. People, Orla whispered.
There are were-creatures nearby,
Maury said. Roy's hand hovered over his gun. They were standing in the middle of the road, and there was no traffic. It was the middle of the day, but there was no pedestrians, no shoppers, and not even shopkeepers inside the shops. It was like a ghost town. Lorcan pulled Orla behind him. Then he realized that they could be ambushed from behind as well.
Stay together and...
Lorcan trailed off as he saw the door of the convenience store in front of them swing open. The group gathered together, their backs to one another, their hands on their guns. They moved across the road toward a corner so as not to be too exposed. They waited. Nothing happened. The air seemed to grow heavy as the waiting continued. It was so quiet that they could hear their own breathing and the sound of dry leaves scraping on the ground in the light wind. Lorcan broke the silence.
I'll take a look in the shop.
Don't be crazy. You'll walk in there, chances you'll take a bullet, Roy objected. Agreed, Orla said. I prefer you alive, Lorcan. Orla glanced around. The wind had seemed to stop blowing. The lack of sound made the silence seem artificial, the type of vacuumed quietness often experienced in recording studios. We're getting out of here, back to the water, then we'll find another direction, Orla said, wincing at the unpleasant squeaking noise in her head. She wondered if it was only her who felt the eerie silence. You hear anything strange? Orla asked.
Not hearing things is stranger. It's too quiet. Not normal in the middle of the day,
Roy responded. Orla could feel the presence of people very close by, and she heard the squeaking noise again. This time, there was something added to it. A sobbing sound.
Watch out!
Lorcan yelled and dove at Orla, knocking her down as an arrow flew through the air and hit a cement pole. Lorcan cursed and pulled his gun. Everyone else followed suit. They braced themselves against an attack, facing in the general direction of the arrow's origination. From around the corner, groups of people emerged, marching toward them with crossbows in hands.
We've just arrived here. If we're not welcome in your town, we'll leave immediately. There's no need for violence,
Lorcan told them. The group of people continued to advance, crossbows raised high in combat position, eyes fierce and jaws clenched. When they came closer, Lorcan continued.
We don't want to fight you.
There's no reason for this, but if you shoot at us again, our guns will do more damage than your crossbows. 5 arrows flew in their direction. The group hit the ground fast enough to avoid the arrows. They pointed their guns, ready to fire, but before they did, the fire arrow shooters dropped dead, each of them with a knife in the head. The group turned to see a large group of menacing men approaching from the fence across the street. They were heavily armed with guns.
Damn it, we're in the middle of crossfire. Let's take cover in one of these stores,
Larkin said, heading toward an open door. Orla, Roy, and Maury followed. Inside the convenience store, they hid behind the counter and kept watch out from the window. On the street, groups of people poured from the buildings to join the fight. A fight between those with firearms on one side and those with crossbows, knives, and anything that could be fashioned into a weapon on the other. From inside the store, the group could clearly see who had the advantage, but at the moment, they weren't sure which side was friend and which foe. They couldn't risk helping either side.
Where are the cops? Where's the authority? Lorcan asked. People weren't allowed to fight like that on the streets even in the Wild West.
Are you sure this is the right dimension? Are we on Earth and currently in modern time? Orla asked.
Judging by the guns, yes, we're in modern time, Orla,
Roy answered. At a corner of the battlefield, they saw the boy they had encountered yesterday. Orla pulled her gun and charged to the back door of the building, Lorcan trailing behind her. They ran around the block so that they could approach the boy from behind. As they came closer, they could see that he was watching the fighting on the main street. Turning around and seeing Orla and the group, he darted through a gap between the two houses and ran into a small alley, disappearing among the crooked walls and ruins. Chapter 6. They stood on an ancient-looking street lined with Gothic-style houses. This was a world much different than the center of the town just a few blocks away. They no longer heard the fighting noises of the group slaughtering one another. "Do you hear anything?" Orla asked.
Only the wind, Roy answered.
"Nothing," Maury added. Lorcan approached Orla. He knew she'd heard something. He cupped her face in his hands.
"Tell me what you heard."
A tear rolled down her face. "I hear crying, sobbing, moaning. Someone is saying something about the stone," she said as more tears ran down her face.
"Can you block that from your mind?"
Lorcan asked. A stream of blood ran from Orla's nose, and she grabbed at her ears, breathing heavily.
"Oh no, don't do this to me. Block the noise. We can find the stone ourselves. I don't need you to do this, please,"
Lorcan begged. Orla concentrated and closed her eyes. Then she suddenly opened them, and they were blank. Lorcan said nothing. He'd been through this before, and despite the pain he felt seeing her like this, he didn't stop her. He merely followed Orla as she walked, his hand resting on his gun. Soon they stood before an imposing medieval house decorated by many bird sculptures.
"The Raven House,"
Roy whispered. "They're here," Orla said.
"Who?"
Lorcan asked. "The talking people. The stone." Lorcan shook Orla's shoulders.
"Wake up, Orla. Honey, we can't do anything if you're not with us. Come back to us."
Orla gasped as she came back to reality, blinking her eyes and falling into Lorcan's arms. He held her for a while, kissing her forehead, waiting for her to settle. Once she seemed to be back to normal, he asked,
"The stone is in this house?"
Orla shook her head. "The voice said something about stone and seeking." "What if it's a trap?" Maury asked.
"There's only one way to find out."
Lorcan aimed his gun high and approached the house. Orla and Roy followed. Maury hesitated, but then followed. Lorcan pushed open a heavy oak door. As it squeaked open, a swarm of ravens and hawks flew out from the inside. Some of the birds were similar to those that had attacked them at Roy's place, the Yakuza's hawks. But these birds didn't seem to be aggressive. They simply fled the house.
"What did we just open?"
Lorcan mumbled to himself. In response to his questions, bullets rained down on them. Roy grabbed Maury and dove behind a column. Lorcan covered Orla, running toward the other side. "Are you hit?" Orla asked. Lorcan shook his head. He scanned her up and down and was pleased she wasn't injured. 5 men emerged from a dark corner of the room with guns in their hands. Under the dim light from the torch on the wall, their scaled skin glowed, and their lizard eyes sparkled with excitement in anticipation of a fight. Lorcan made eye contact with Roy, who was taking cover behind the column across the corridor. They nodded at each other in agreement. Lorcan slid across the floor from left to right, and Roy did the same from right to left. The 5 lizard men were sluggish in reaction and were gunned down by 2 rounds of laser beams from Lorcan and Roy. Their bodies dropped on the floor and began to disintegrate, ultimately evaporating into thin air. Roy and Lorcan approached their remains as the last of their body parts vanished, and all that remained on the floor were black puddles full of swimming worms.
Xyloc creatures. I haven't seen them before, but I've heard of them.
Say again? Roy asked.
They came from a universe called Xyloc. Kieran told me it's full of multiversal outlaws. When the Xyloc creatures die, their bodies evaporate into puddles of maggots and worms.
They searched for other reptiles, but found none alive. Orla followed the sound in her mind, entering a small door which led down to a basement. As the door opened, the crying sound stopped. On the wall, they saw 16 people, shackled. Orla searched for the locks to pick, but she found none. The steel chains were cemented into the wall. All 16 people were still alive. A man in his late 30s looked at Roy, snarling and saying something in a language that made no sense. Roy didn't understand, but he could guess as to the meaning. He spoke to the man in English.
"I am not who you think I am. We have just arrived, and we have nothing to do with why you're chained up here."
The man didn't seem to understand what Roy was saying and continued his verbal assault. A woman from the right corner uttered something to the man that calmed him down. They thought she had translated what Roy had said to the man because she turned toward Roy and spoke in English, saying,
"One of the men who captured us and brought us here looks like you."
"I don't see any resemblance between me and the reptile men we were just killed upstairs."
"They're not the ones who captured us. They're just guarding us. They have been locked in here with us for quite some time."
"How long have you been here?" Orla asked.
"A few days, or maybe a week. We lost track of time."
The woman yanked at her chains.
"They're buried into the wall, just like the gatekeeper at gate 313.
Lorcan clenched his jaw and searched for something he could use to free the people. Veering off to a different wing, he noticed the handle of a small compartment. He touched it. There was no movement. The rusty handle looked as if it hadn't been opened for a long time. He jiggled it and pulled. All Lorcan remembered was a sudden and unstoppable suction into darkness. The soothing voice of his mother echoed in his ears, making him smile.
"Lorcan, you went to the riverbank again. You know your father won't be happy about this."
"Then please don't tell him, Mother," answered 6-year-old Lorcan as he blinked his innocent blue eyes at his mother. She smiled and pulled him in for an embrace. "All right, I won't tell him this time, but only because it'll upset him. Not because you're fluttering those blue eyes at me again."
"What's wrong with the river, Mother?"
Lorcan asked, nuzzling in his mother's arms.
"There's nothing wrong with the river. It's just the people who use it. They're bad for you."
"She can't be." His mother looked into his eyes.
"Who did you see, Lorcan?"
Her voice shook.
"Just a little girl playing in the sand, Mother. She's very little, very pretty. I didn't talk to her. I just looked. Please don't be mad at me."
Lorcan started to pout and tears gleamed in his eyes. His mother smiled. "Oh, my little boy. She's your first crush. How could I be mad at you? Whoever that little girl is, her parents shouldn't let her wander to the river."
"Her mother was with her. They built sand castles on the riverbank."
His mother kissed his forehead. "I can take you to any river you want, but not that one. We can build a castle on the sand, and one day you'll be able to give your princess a real castle." Lorcan smiled. Would you really help me do it? Would you help me build a castle for my princess? Can I find a princess? I mean, one who'll like me? Will I be able to find a princess like the girl at the river? You ask too many questions, my son. I don't have the answers for most of them. But I'm sure you'll find your princess, and I'll help you build your castle. She embraced him again and kissed his forehead. A tear found its way down on his face. Lorcan opened his eyes to find himself in Orla's arms. He sprang to his feet and asked,
Orla, honey, why are you crying?
He glanced around. He was still in that dark wing of the basement where he had been searching for a way to free those shackled people. Orla stared at him and burst out into tears. He pulled her into his arms.
It's okay, darling. I just passed out for a bit.
Roy and Maury approached. Maury pulled Orla from Lorcan's arms.
Come on, we should go. People are waiting,
Maury said.
What's going on? Lorcan asked Roy. I just checked that door.
He pointed to the compartment door and found a solid wall instead. Lorcan exhaled and collected himself.
Okay, I might have passed out for a bit. You didn't just pass out. You didn't have any pulse when we found you, Lorcan. No heartbeat, no breathing, no response whatsoever.
Chapter 7. Lorcan stepped outside the door of the house with Roy. The 16 people who had been shackled in the basement were waiting.
How did you guys free them?
Lorcan asked. Roy shrugged.
Not rocket science. I found a few shovels.
Lorcan nodded.
All right then, you proved me useless. No big deal. You scared Orla to death when you passed out. More earth-shattering to her than my digging out a few loose bricks.
Lorcan nodded. He went to Orla, but she looked away and walked toward the woman who had spoken English. What's your name?
Rose.
I'm Orla, and they're Lorcan, Roy, and Maury. Anyone else in your group speak English? Rose shook her head.
What language do you speak here?
Lorcan asked.
A forgotten one.
Orla glanced at Lorcan and then turned again toward Rose. We should go back into town. Do you think you can find your people there? Rose nodded, glancing back at Lorcan, and walked away with Orla. Maury hurried along with them, leaving Lorcan standing alone. Roy approached.
Give Orla some time. It was a shock.
He patted Lorcan's shoulder, and they both trailed behind the group of people heading back into town. The main streets where the fighting had occurred before seemed quiet. The group of 16 strode through the main streets, followed by Orla, Lorcan, Roy, and Maury. In front of them, bodies and body parts were strewn across the street. Blood pooled on the ground in places. It was dead silent. The people ran to the bodies, too shocked to even cry.
That's my brother,
Rose said as she ran toward the body of a young man in his 20s, lying half on, half off a sidewalk. He'd been shot in the chest. Rose sobbed and gathered his body into her arms. Orla crouched next to her. There was a big fight here this morning. Do you know who killed your brother? Are they likely to come back? Rose shook her head.
I know who they are, but I don't know if they'll come back.
They heard a door slamming, and then footsteps around the corner. Lorcan, Roy, Maury, and Orla gathered quickly, their backs to one another, weapons drawn. From a side street, a group of people charged at them.
Don't shoot!
Rose shouted at the attacking people. The man leading the attacking group lowered his crossbow and looked at Rose. Rose! Rose, thank God you're all okay, he said, surveying everyone and pulling Rose into his arms for an embrace. She hugged him back tightly. Then the whole group of people hugged one another and cried with joy. The man turned to explain to the group about the fight and the bodies. They talked, shouted, and cried. Some started to gather the dead bodies, and others just stood dazed, unsure of what to do. How long will this reunion be? Orla mumbled to herself. We need to find the stone so we can go home.
So the Daemon Gate is home now?
Lorcan looked at Orla. She looked at him and then to the ground, saying nothing. Before Lorcan could say anything further, the man in the group of people approached them. The man extended his hand to Lorcan. Lorcan shook his hands. "I'm Jay," the man said. "I help organize things around here." Jay lowered his heavy American accented voice when he glanced back at the dead bodies.
By organizing, I take it that you're the leader of this group, and you might be responsible for the bloodbath this morning?
Lorcan accused. Jay nodded. "Yes, I'm responsible, but it was necessary. I'll do whatever it takes to protect my people."
Does that include the 16 we found shackled in the house a few blocks from here?
Lorcan nodded at the group of people. Jay snarled. "You're in no position to judge us. You're strangers here." Rose approached. "They saved us, Jay." Jay nodded. "And I appreciate that very much." Lorcan looked up and saw that the sun was starting to set for the day. He looked at Jay.
"We need a place to stay tonight. Could you point us in the direction of a hotel?"
"We're on lockdown. No business can be conducted in town."
"Lockdown? If I'm not mistaken, your authority is enforced by a group of men with crossbows and butcher knives. Your adversaries are armed with machine guns. If it's your town and you're locking down to prevent them from attacking, I think you've got a very slim chance,"
Lorcan said. Jay smirked. "We chased him off." He gestured wildly.
"At the cost of how many casualties?"
Lorcan nodded toward the dead bodies. "What do you want?" Jay growled.
"Let us know where we are and where to find the next town, and we'll be on our way."
"Why don't you stay here for the night? I'm sure your people need a rest,"
Rose interjected. Lorcan looked at Orla.
"We sure need a rest, but we don't want to be in the crossfire again."
"Especially when you think we have no chance."
"Rose!" Jay called out. Rose swung around and snarled at Jay.
"Come on, Jay. There's no room for your ego. We need their help."
"We didn't say we were going to help. We don't even know you. We've got things we need to do that require us staying alive," Roy said.
"Then you should leave. We can take care of our own," Jay said. "Follow the coastal line until you reach Japan."
"Japan? I don't think we're anywhere near Japan," Roy said.
Lorcan pulled out his liquid map and showed it to Rose.
"Can you help us?"
Rose glanced at the map and looked at Lorcan.
"I'm sorry. I really want to help, but we're not on that."
"What do you mean?"
"We're not on the map."
Jay pointed to the middle of the ocean. "We'd be somewhere around here."
"Are you saying the map is missing an island?"
Lorcan snorted. Jay shook his head. "I don't know. It used to be a popular island, but it's been 11 years now, and no one can get off the island. If you get on a boat and row out, you'll just go around in a circle." Jay shrugged. "We accept it now. No one tries anymore."
"So, what are you?"
"You mean, who are we?" Orla asked. Jay laughed. "I used to be an English teacher. I know the difference between what and who. Only creatures can transport on and off this island." "Oh, I'm—"
"The ones you fought with this morning, are they human?"
Lorcan cut in before Orla could finish her sentence. "They're shapeshifters. Many are werewolves, but they stay in human form most of the time so they can use weapons." Lorcan glanced at his map, then nodded.
"If you don't mind, we'll stay here tonight and figure out our next move tomorrow."
Here would be better than being out there among the well-armed men he'd seen this morning, Lorcan thought.
"You can stay at my place. It's nothing fancy, but it's comfortable,"
Rose said. She glared at Jay, then walked ahead. Jay glanced at Roy. "No, I think the guests should stay with me. My house has plenty of room." Jay didn't wait for a response, but gestured them to follow.
"He just wants to keep an eye on me,"
Roy grumbled. Chapter 8. Jay led the group to a 2-story modern house. The decoration was tasty, Orla thought. She arched an eyebrow at the contemporary furniture and expensive antiques in a glass-encased cabinet. She hadn't dealt with antiques for a while, but she was sure these items were authentic. She approached the cabinet, but was stopped by Jay on the way. "Nice vase," she pointed. "It's not for flowers," Jay said. "Can I take a look?" Jay smiled. "Tomorrow. Your room is this way." He pointed to a corridor at the far end of the living room and proceeded forward. Orla shrugged and followed, making a mental note to revisit the cabinet. If it was true that humans could not travel to and from the island, and Jay was one of the last human travelers here, where then did he get these valuable items? Orla wondered. Jay had left the room, and Orla was pacing, agitated, still thinking about the antiques.
Orla.
Huh? She ignored Lorcan and channeled her mind back to the antiques.
Orla, Lorcan repeated. I'm going to activate the wrist unit to see if I can triangulate our position using the system in the Daemon Gate. We need to know exactly where we are before we can find the stone.
Orla looked up, saw Lorcan's face, and bounced back to reality. The incident at the Raven House this morning came flooding back to her mind. Lorcan cupped her face.
Talk to me, Orla.
She shoved him away. I need to be alone for a bit. I'm going out for a walk. She turned to exit the room. Lorcan grabbed her elbow.
No, you're not going anywhere until we talk this out. What's the matter?
Let go of my arm. She shrugged him off and tried to head toward the door, but Lorcan grabbed her again. Orla whirled around, and before Lorcan realized what was happening, she'd slapped him across the face. He could taste the blood from his split bottom lip.
Is that what you want? Okay, hit me then if that's what makes you feel better. But then tell me what the fuck is going on with you.
Lorcan grabbed her, pressing her hands against his chest, but she shoved him away again and turned toward the door. He pulled her back against him. She punched his chest and wriggled to break free.
You're going nowhere until you tell me what I did wrong.
She extricated herself from his grip and jabbed her finger at his chest. You died again. A tear escaped her eye.
Well, that's entirely my fault then. I'll try not to die next time,
he promised softly. Orla sniffled and wiped the tear away. Realizing the ridiculousness of the situation, she snorted. Infidelity and death are the two things I will not allow from you. Everything else goes. He arched an eyebrow.
Everything else?
Before she could answer, he grabbed her and threw her on the bed. She landed on her back on the bed, but when he dove after her, she'd rolled off to the other side. She reached over and ripped his shirt open. He hooked a hand in the collar of her shirt and ripped open the front of her blouse. He pressed his mouth to hers, wincing at the sensation in his wounded lip. He sat up enough to look down at her face and her big brown eyes full of challenge, and her lips currently curled in a smug smile. She laughed and grabbed 2 fistfuls of his hair. She wanted to devour him, one greedy bite at a time. She groaned her pleasure as he ran his teeth down her throat. She wrapped her legs around his waist, moving herself on top so he was under her. Then her mouth was on his. He pulled at her clothes like a man possessed by demons. Her smooth skin rubbed against his. Her hands and her lips took possession of him. He'd taken her beyond reason. Near delirium, he rolled over so she was once again on her back, and he devoured her. Lips, teeth, tongues, and fingers demanded and took.
You're mine, and I'm all yours,
he whispered into her ears.
All of me.
Now, come to me now, she said as she arched her back. He drove into the heat of her, and she cried out, Don't you ever die on me again.
I promise.
And then they loved each other, moving together in rhythm, bringing one another into the glorious darkness of pleasure. Chapter 9. The next day, Lorcan found Jay sitting on the back veranda, a cup of tea in his hand, watching the sunrise over the trees of the tropical forest in the distance. The horizon glowed in the glorious orange glow of sunlight. "Going to be a hot day," Jay said when he saw Lorcan approaching and gestured toward a chair. "I have tea, coffee, and other things for a simple breakfast for you and your friends. You can help yourself before you hit the road." Lorcan sat down. "I'd kill for a cup of coffee. Any sort of coffee, as long as it contains caffeine. But Orla's very picky. She only drinks a certain type. Not only that, it has to be brewed in a certain way. She makes it very difficult when we're on the road, you know." Jay laughed. "Women," he said and shook his head. "You and Orla are made for each other. I've been isolated from the human population for quite some time, but I can still tell. That says something about your relationship. Strong, enduring." Jay's voice hollowed out and he trailed off. Then silence. "Where's your family now? I saw pictures in the living room." Jay sipped his tea and looked at Lorcan over the rim of the cup. "You don't have to show any interest in my story, Lorcan. The truth is, if you're human and you somehow got into this town, you won't be able to get out. If you're not human, then you'll be able to come and go as you please. My advice is to leave as soon as you can."
What happened here?
Jay stared.
Come on, I want to know.
"I taught English for a living in a community language center in New Jersey. I love traveling. You know, adventure, going places, meeting new and interesting people. This island was a treasure. Great for travel addicts like me. It was a real getaway. Apart from a connecting ferry, there's no other transportation in and out. I got on the ferry 11 years ago. Arrived and stayed for a few days. Then bam, we got hit by a heavy storm. That's about it. The humans were disconnected from the outside world. This island became heaven for creatures because of that isolation. Clans have been fighting over territories for a very long time."
Do you know the number of humans remaining?
Jay shook his head. "I don't know about the locals. I take care of the group of tourists. There are 90 of us, and the number is decreasing." They heard footsteps on the veranda, and Maury stormed out.
"I can't find Roy. He's not in his room. He...
Lorcan stopped Maury's stuttering, dragging her to the corner of the veranda. He lowered his voice.
He might have just gone for a run?
"No. He told me he'd meet me in the front yard and we'd walk into town. But he didn't go out."
All right, calm down. Go get Orla, and then we'll look for Roy."
As Maury scurried away, Lorcan approached Jay. Sitting down opposite him, he stared into his eyes and said,
"When we first arrived, there was a boy at the beach. He grabbed Orla's gun and tried to shoot Roy. When we saved your people at the Raven House, they thought Roy was one of the people or creatures that had imprisoned them. You know why, and I need you to tell me."
"What kid?" Lorcan described the boy, and Jay nodded. "His name is Michael Harris. He's Rose's eldest son. If you head south for about 4 miles, there's a small forest. I think you might find Roy there, if he is who I think he is."
"And who do you think he is?"
"A creature. A werewolf, to be precise." Lorcan shook his head.
"Why is that such a big deal? Didn't you say the town is full of creatures?"
"But that's the most vicious clan. They feed on human blood. Were creatures are bad news," Jay explained.
"There's one thing I can assure you of. Roy is our friend, and he's harmless."
Jay shrugged. "I hope so. Good luck with the search. You'll need your guns." Chapter 10. Roy ran as fast as he could. The werewolf in human form who ran in front of him was strong and fast. It carried a bag with little red fox Maury in it. Roy could see her tail waving as the werewolf flew through the woods. It knew its way through the brush. Roy knew he'd be faster in fox form, but he wanted to be able to use his gun, so he remained human. He was stumbling all over the place. He was in a hurry and panicking, and he couldn't catch Maury's scent. He had to keep up with the man in front of him if he was going to save her. Suddenly the man stopped running. He turned back with a grin on his face. "Hello, brother." "Who the fuck is your brother? Let her go." Roy pointed at the bag. He could see the red tail poking out from inside and feel his blood boiling with fury, but he collected himself and tried to remain calm. He couldn't afford a wrong move. "Let's go inside. My alpha is waiting for you. We can talk this out." Roy glanced at the dark hole in front of him. It was the mouth of a cave, and he had no intention of going inside. The man wasn't as tall as Roy, but he was over 6 feet, and he was hulky. Roy knew the half-fox gene in him made him leaner and faster than a wolf, but not necessarily weaker. He adjusted his stance and checked to be sure his gun was still at the ready. If a fight broke out, he'd use his weapon first. Shifting and fighting in fox form was his last resource. "Why aren't you coming in?" the man asked. "Why don't you call your boss out here and we can negotiate?" The man smirked. "You're scared. That's embarrassing. A disgrace to our breed." "We don't share any DNA. If the head of your clan won't come out, I'm leaving." "You jackass."
"Language, Kulan. He's still a guest," chastised another voice. "I'll come out and we'll welcome him to the family."
"I'm not your family. Not even close," Roy growled. A formidable man wearing Native American garb now stood in front of him. The minimal outfit showed off impressive muscles that, when amplified by werewolf strength, could prove lethal to Roy. 10 more men emerged from the cave. "Give me Maury," Roy demanded, firmness in his voice. The well-built man arched an eyebrow. "Tell me what you want from me," Roy asked.
"My name is Ganzorig, and I am the alpha of this clan."
Roy nodded. "What do you want from me so that I can have Maury back?" Ganzorig smiled.
"I can see you really care for your little firefox. One threat, and you trailed us all the way here. Did you mate her?"
"Don't you dare!" Roy clenched his teeth and his hand tightened on the gun.
"Calm down, Roy. Pointing a gun at me won't do you any good. I've heard about your reputation. The vicious mixed-blood renegade who chose to be a fox instead of a wolf."
"I'm asking for the last time. What do you want?"
"Who has the key of Sush?"
"What key?"
"Don't play dumb, Roy. It doesn't suit you. You came here looking for the Indigo Stone. You've got to have the key."
"I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have any key. As much as it will humiliate me, I'll let you search me to make sure." Ganzorig shook his head.
"You're not stupid. You wouldn't have the key on you. But I know your people have the key. I'm sure of it. I saw you land from the sky. Quite a powerful toy you've got there. So you have the dragon in the water, and that big plane in the sky, and for some reason you think you're safe? You're wrong because we know your weakness. We're stronger, and we have the stone."
"No need to bluff. I don't have the key and you don't have the stone. If you had it, you wouldn't have had to use Maury to lure me out here. Let's say we play by the rules. Let's fight. If I win, I take Maury back. If I lose, I'll tell you all I know," Roy suggested. Ganzorig nodded.
"Sounds like a fair deal."
He waved his hands at the other men. They nodded and shifted into wolves. They were enormous. Roy looked at Ganzorig. Ganzorig let out a short laugh.
"You didn't say it had to be a one-on-one fight."
Roy smiled. "My bad. You're right. I didn't say that." Then, fast as lightning, he pulled his gun and blasted it at the dogs. In a few seconds, the wolves lay dead on the ground. Genzorig howled and charged at Roy, but was stopped by the muzzle of Roy's gun.
"Shoot me,"
Genzorig said. Roy whacked him with the gun barrel instead, knocking him out cold. Then he ran immediately to the bag and pulled the little red fox out. It wasn't Maury.
"Shit,"
Roy mumbled under his breath. He stood up and found it difficult to regain his balance. His vision was blurry and his legs weak. He heard footsteps approaching in the distance. Thinking it to be Genzorig's pack, he rushed to a tree to take cover behind it. It was then that he saw Maury frantically sniffing the air, searching for his scent. Lorcan and Orla were right behind her. Roy stepped out from his hiding place, and Maury saw him immediately. She ran to him, checking him up and down for injuries. Maury was saying something as tears streamed down her face, but Roy couldn't make sense of what she was saying. His body swayed, and his eyes glazed over. Lorcan grabbed Roy's wrist unit.
"Damn it. 10%. You only have 10% energy left, Roy. How could it suddenly go down that fast?"
On a hunch, Lorcan checked his own wrist unit.
"Oh no, the signals are all messed up."
Orla looked at Lorcan's unit. "It's broken?" she asked. Lorcan shook his head.
"No, it's either a magnetic force or energy movements underneath the surface."
He moved away a few feet and observed the changes in his unit.
"All right, it seems to be an issue with magnetic energy. Let's move Roy out of here. Can you walk, Roy?"
No response.
"We've got to get him out of here,"
Maury said, and pulled at Roy. Orla and Maury flanked Roy's sides, helping him move in the right direction. Lorcan ran ahead, watching his unit as he went and giving direction to an area that seemed to have less magnetic influence.
Left. Left. Keep going."
Lorcan scurried farther ahead and tried a couple of options.
"Veer right. Okay."
Roy was running slower and slower by the second. His wrist unit beeped a 5% warning. He gradually slowed down and stopped altogether. Before he flopped down to the ground, Maury slid her arm under his waist and wrapped his arm around her shoulders.
"You have to get up and walk for me, Roy."
Howling echoed through the woods. Genzorig's pack was coming. Orla darted back in that direction. She could see wolves' shadows.
"Orla, what are you doing?"
Lorcan asked. "I can wipe them out. You keep going." She dashed back toward the pack before Lorcan could respond. In a few seconds, fireballs were flying through the air, knocking down a few trees in their path. Lorcan darted ahead to check the magnetic field, and then came back to Maury.
"This way," he told her, "and keep it straight."
He pointed, then rushed to where Orla was fighting the wolves. Roy dropped to the ground again. His wrist unit now indicated only 3%. She got behind Roy, wrapped her arms around his chest, and dragged him.
"Let go of me, Maury. Go. Run,"
Roy whispered in his delirium.
"The hell, I'll leave you here."
She continued pulling him with all her strength, keeping it straight as Lorcan had said. She had to make it. He had to be okay. She fell a few times, but she got up and kept moving. Maury could see a storm of fire in the distance and hear gunfire and the howls of wounded dogs. She kept moving. It was a bit of an uphill path, but it appeared to be the last leg out of the woods. She slipped a few times, grabbing tree roots, tree branches, rocks, and anything she could find to balance herself and keep moving. Her hand was scratched and bleeding. Roy was no longer conscious. Reaching the edge of the forest, Maury flopped down on the ground, breathing hard. Roy lay beside her, lifeless. She looked at his wrist unit and saw a glaring red signal which stated 0%.
"Damn it. Damn you, Roy,"
she cried and punched his chest. From the woods behind her, Orla and Lorcan walked out, filthy, with ashes and smears of blood. Lorcan had a new gash on his arm. Lorcan checked his wrist unit. It seemed to be operating normally.
"This is neutral ground. You made it."
He snapped a small lid on the back of Roy's wrist unit. Removing a small component, he did some coding and then snapped the part back in. The unit blinked red, but quickly turned green and stated 1%. Maury cried with relief. Orla gathered her into her arms and let her sob. When Roy got to 15%, he regained consciousness and could walk by himself. By the time they got back to Jay's house, Roy had gotten 80% of his energy back. Jay met them in the living room. "You guys look like crap. Which one of you needs the doctor first? There's only one medical doctor in town."
"No need to call the doctor. We can take care of ourselves,"
Roy said as he gingerly took Maury's injured hand and led her to her room. Chapter 11. Roy took Maury to her bed. He fetched a bucket of water and sat at her bedside, washing the dirt and dried blood from her bleeding hand and checking the scratches that covered her arms. He focused silently on the simple task as if his life depended on it. He hadn't spoken since he'd gotten his strength back. "I'll heal." Maury broke the silence. Roy wiped off the last bit of blood.
"Your healing process is always slow. This might hurt a bit."
"Why did you go to the woods to kill those wolves? Who were they?" He shook his head.
"I was stupid."
"But that doesn't answer my questions." Roy put the water away and sat back down by the bedside. He tucked away a stray strand of red hair on her forehead and looked into her eyes.
"I saw a man tuck a red fox into a bag and run. I thought it was you, so I panicked and ran after him. Despite a gut feeling telling me it wasn't you, and the fact I didn't catch any scent of you at all, I chased him."
Roy wiped away a tear that fell from Maury's eye.
"There were countless moments during the chase when I thought I'd lose you forever if that man killed you. The fear clouded my better judgment."
Roy sank deeper into the bed, lowering his body, so close he could feel Maury's breath against his skin. His fingers trailed down her jawline as she looked up at him.
"What did you say to me when we were in the boat and I was about to die from the poison?"
"But you didn't die." Maury looked away, avoiding his question.
"Unless you said something you now regret, or you lied to me, I'd like to hear you say it again."
"It makes no difference to our situation, Roy."
"What situation? I love you, Maury. You know that. I'd bet my life that you love me too. So why can't we be together? Why can't we mate?"
Roy was on the bed, almost lying on top of her, his body rubbed against hers, every muscle in him quivering as much as her body vibrated with desire. She said nothing, starting to wiggle out from under him. Roy's mouth hovered an inch from hers. She could see his eyes darken, submerged in the simmering heat of lust. The virility of his body seeped out from every pore. The wolfness in him was prominent now, dangerous, dark, and incredibly strong. She wriggled again, and he grabbed her hands, pinning them to the bed.
"Why can't you be mine?"
he asked hoarsely, and pressed his lips to hers. Her lips parted, and his heat rushed into her body like a tidal wave of energy. He kissed harder, breathing heavily. His body tensed.
"Why can't you be mine?"
he asked again. Maury closed her eyes. He was much too strong for her. If he wanted to take her, there was nothing she could do. Another tear ran down her face. "No," Maury managed to utter. But Roy didn't stop. He pressed down harder. He tried to kiss her again. "Roy, I said no!" Maury cried out, struggling to escape Roy's grip. Regardless of how hard she tried, she couldn't get away. Roy's body didn't move an inch. She avoided the kiss, and he was now raking his teeth down her jawline to her neck. He was going to claim her. She tried to shove him upward so that she could see his face and look into his eyes. She knew she could stop him that way, but his thirst for lust was overwhelming. Maury couldn't get away. She cried out in frustration. Maury's cry snapped Roy back to reality. He propped himself up on his elbows, breathing heavily, and looked into Maury's face, seeing her tears. His body was still shaking with desire, his eyes dazed with confusion. Before he could say anything, they heard a low growl and Lorcan pulled Roy off Maury, giving him a punch to the face. He then dragged Roy to the veranda.
You tried to rape her, you fucking scumbag.
Roy shoved Lorcan.
I didn't. When a woman says no and you don't listen, what the fuck do you call that? Were we that loud? I have fox ears now, you jackass. I don't know what happened. I was just so drawn to her and I tried to kiss her. I don't know. I just wanted her so much that it took over. It's never happened before, I swear. I didn't mean it. I'd never do anything to hurt her.
Roy flopped down on the bench, raking his hands through his hair.
You're telling me that you guys are as close as you are, but you've never kissed her before?
Asked Lorcan. Roy shook his head. Lorcan knew laughing wasn't appropriate, so he cleared his throat and mumbled.
Well, that sucks. Anyone with half a brain could see you're head over heels in love with her, and she is with you. What's stopping you from going with your feelings? From loving each other? Whatever it is, it must be stupid. It is stupid,
Roy mumbled, staring at his hands. Then he looked up at Lorcan.
She cried. I must have hurt her.
Roy jumped to his feet to go back inside.
I wouldn't go in if I were you. You might risk injury to an important part of your body.
Chapter 12. Stop! Orla's yell, coming from inside the house, accompanied the shattering of glass and sent Lorcan and Roy charging in. They arrived in the living room to see only a shadow of Orla outside the front yard, followed by Jay. The last light of the sunset wasn't enough for Lorcan and Roy to see what Orla was chasing. Whatever it was, she had lost it. When Lorcan, Jay, and Roy finally caught up, Orla stood still, bent at the waist, puffing and gazing into the darkness.
What was that, Orla?
Lorcan asked. The kid we saw at the beach. He was in the house. I saw him in the living room. That's impossible, Jay said.
He broke in?
Roy asked. No, he just walked in like he belonged there, Orla said, approaching Jay.
You know Rose's son wanted to kill Roy. You asked us to stay with you and you let the kid in. What's your game, Jay?
Lorcan raised his voice.
No game,
Jay defended weakly. A slice of freezing air whipped by, fierce and sudden, and the wind came in waves, blown by a gigantic flapping of wings. It was too dark to see the creature coming at them. They heard Jay's scream. Orla waved her arms urgently, making a fireball and throwing it randomly to shed some light on the situation. The fire died out quickly, but it illuminated a gigantic pair of claws gripping Jay's shoulders and lifting him off the ground. The more Jay screamed and struggled, the more his flesh tore and his blood rained down. Roy and Orla jumped up, each of them grabbing one of Jay's legs. The weight of their bodies hurt Jay more, but the creature couldn't lift the body weight of all three people. Lorcan drew his gun, aimed it above Jay, and fired. The sound of the gunshot dissipated in the air, followed by nothing, suggesting Lorcan had missed. He fired again. This time they heard a squawk. He fired another shot, aiming at the same spot. There was a louder scream, and all three were released and fell to the ground. They heard a tremendous flapping sound as the creature flew off into the night sky. On the ground, Jay was no longer conscious. His shoulders were soaked in blood, each of the cuts bone deep. They carried him carefully back to the house, not wanting to cause any more damage. Once inside, they lay Jay down on the carpet in the living room.
I'm not sure he'll make it,
Lorcan said, concerned.
He'd mentioned a medical doctor before. Let's get the doctor for him,
Roy suggested. Rose suddenly charged into the house from the front door.
I heard the commotion,
she started, and then saw Jay.
Oh, Jay!
She ran over, crouching next to him. She checked his pulse.
Still breathing,
she said. She looked up and said,
I'll go get the doctor.
I assume there's no telephone network here?
Asked Roy. Rose shook her head and tucked Jay's head in between two cushions. She used the tablecloths to stanch the blood. "I'll go with you," Orla said to Rose.
"No, you stay with him. I'll go," Lorcan objected.
"No, Lorcan," Orla growled. Rose stood up and rushed to the door. Lorcan held Orla's elbow, stopping her from following.
"Her son shot at us. You think I'd let you follow her out into the woods in the dark?"
"There's magic involved, Lorcan. I knew it. I don't recall magic being your expertise." Roy opened his mouth to say something but stopped as Orla jabbed her finger at him. "And you? Her son wants you dead, so you're not going either."
"What if she doesn't come back?" Roy asked. "That's not the worst scenario. What if she comes back with a herd of creatures?" Lorcan asked. "Let her. There are 4 of us, and we have—"
Roy trailed off.
"Wait, where's Maury?"
Before anyone could say anything, he ran to Maury's room. Lorcan and Orla followed. Kicking the door in, they saw a trashed room with blood smears all over the white walls. Roy was halfway out the broken window when Lorcan dragged him back inside.
"I left her here alone. They took her."
Roy shoved Lorcan.
"I'm a fucking useless piece of scum. I hurt her, then left her alone for those fucking hounds to get her." "Are you talking about those wolves in the woods? Why would they want to take Maury?" Lorcan asked. "They wanted the key of Souche." Roy looked at Lorcan and Orla, devastated. "I know I should have told you. There wasn't any time in between."
"You're telling us now. It's not too late. At least we know we have competition here," Orla said.
"Do they have the stone?" Lorcan asked.
"They do. They said they do, but I don't think so." Roy gazed out the window.
"They called me brother. I think they may be part of the clan from my mother's side."
"Does that mean they won't kill Maury?" Orla asked.
Roy shook his head. "It's my fault." "Don't be silly. You can't choose your blood. Plus, I don't know how much of the wolf blood is even left in you. You belong to another universe now. So when you go head on with the wolves, I want you to keep that in mind," Lorcan said.
"Preacher," Orla said and ran back to the living room. Roy and Lorcan followed. In the living room, crouching next to Jay, was a strange man. He looked up when the group entered the living room, and a flash of realization came across his face. He stood up. He was tall with round eyes, and he had a dark green reptilian skin. He shuddered, his skin glowing for a moment before returning to a more human state of pale skin, deep green eyes, and thick black hair. Orla stared into those green eyes, trying to make sense of them. And then she recognized them. The recognition stunted her movement as much as the man's. Lorcan grabbed Orla, shoving her behind him, and stepped forward. The man looked at Lorcan, realization dawning on him. His eyes lit up with fury, and his hands curled into fists. Orla held her breath and made fists as well, but she knew her fire was a child's toy compared to the blue fire forming in the man's hands. If the man shot that at them, there was no way she could protect Lorcan and Roy. They would all turn into pitiful piles of ashes. Lorcan and Roy pulled their guns and aimed at the man. "Don't shoot! Don't!" Orla commanded urgently. "If he throws that at us, he'll have to take a beam from me," Lorcan snarled. The man smirked and raised a hand, making a squeezing gesture in the air. Lorcan shoved Orla further behind him and shot at the man. His beam flew out but was deflected into the air, dissolving into nothingness right in front of the man. A crooked grin spread across the man's face as Lorcan slumped to the ground, dropped his gun, and grabbed at his chest, gasping for air. Roy charged at the man. "Don't, Roy!" Orla yelled so firmly that he stopped short in his path. Orla held Lorcan. A stream of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his face was turning blue. She turned to the man and glared at him. He continued to squeeze the air, simultaneously squeezing Lorcan's chest with an invisible hand. Lorcan continued to gasp for air, the skin on his arms turning blue. Orla and Roy ran at the man. Still holding Lorcan with one arm, the man waved his other arm, and Orla and Roy were knocked back on the floor, dazed with the impact. Lorcan looked as if he was shifting into his fox form. The man pushed a harder squeeze at him. Lorcan grunted, and fire flashed in his eyes. The man yelped, withdrawing his hands as if electrocuted. He staggered back, looking at Lorcan, then raised his arms again to try something else. On the ground, Jay opened his eyes and grabbed the man's leg. He said something in a strange language, and the man grunted a response. Jay said something else, and the man roared in anger, darting out the door. Then Jay passed out again. Still gasping for air, Lorcan pushed to his feet and rushed toward the door as fast as he could. Roy grabbed him, pulling him back inside the house. It didn't take much for Roy to drag Lorcan back to his room, whacking him in the head once he got him there to knock him out cold. Roy turned to see Orla in the doorway. "He's yours now," Roy said as he walked back toward the living room. "You're not going after Maury now, are you?" Orla asked. Roy shook his head and walked down the hall. Orla tucked Lorcan in. She pushed the bookshelf over to block the window, then locked the room door, securing a bedside table outside with a vase on top as a kind of alarm. If he woke up and tried to leave the room, she'd hear him. She left the room and went downstairs to the living room. Chapter 13. Rose had come back with the doctor. Roy helped carry Jay to his room. The doctor checked him over and was happy the wounds hadn't been fatal. He gave instructions to Rose for Jay's care and was about to head out when they heard the vase crash. "Damn it!" Orla cursed and ran toward their room. Roy, Rose, and the doctor followed.
"Could you please stay here with Jay?"
Rose asked the doctor. The doctor nodded and stayed back. In the hall, they found Lorcan walking toward them, holding his hand against the wall for balance, wheezing and gasping for air. A stream of blood still flowed from his mouth. Roy grabbed him, cursing. "You idiot! I thought you'd pass out and heal." Lorcan shook his head.
"I didn't know how long it would take, and I need to talk to Orla."
She wrapped her arms around him, steering him back to the room. "All right, we can talk." Her eyes gleamed with tears, but she refused to let them fall. "Could you get the doctor, Rose?" Orla asked. Rose nodded and scurried off to find him. In the room, Orla pushed Lorcan back down to the bed. He breathed with difficulty. His face was turning bluer by the second. "Your lungs are damaged, Lorcan. We don't need the doctor to tell us that. Hurry and tell me what you need from me. I need you to pass out and heal yourself before you die." Orla tried to keep her voice low and controlled.
"Who was that man? He knew you. I saw the look in his eyes."
Lorcan wheezed as the pain in his chest intensified. "I don't know who he was, but he could certainly wield magic. But you could tell that yourself."
"Don't ever try to play poker, Orla."
Lorcan coughed out a bit of blood. "Jesus Christ, what do you want from me? I said I don't know him." A tear escaped and rolled down her face.
"Promise me you won't go after him. He hurt me with his magic, and he blocked the laser beam with a dimensional shield. If he's a sorcerer, he's not an ordinary one. Not from this world."
Silence.
"You seriously can't promise him that? You really plan to go after that man?"
Roy was astonished.
"Well, I won't let you."
He turned to Lorcan.
"I promise you, Lorcan, I won't let her go. You just do your thing and get better." "No, I know that the moment I pass out, you'll go after Maury, and Orla will go find that man. I'll be lying here like a useless piece of shit."
Lorcan grabbed at his chest, wheezing for air.
"The only way you can stop us is to get better yourself, Lorcan,"
Roy said. Rose came back with the doctor, but when he approached, Lorcan pushed him away.
"Promise me, Orla."
"I don't want to make promises I can't keep." Lorcan sat up. Roy jumped on the bed and held him down.
"Doc, you have to put him out."
"That's dangerous. He might be able to breathe by himself. I can't just..."
"Do it." "Don't you dare, Doc."
Lorcan protested, but couldn't get loose from Roy's grip. Please, Doc. I know he can get past this if you sedate him. I'm his wife, and I take full responsibility. You saw what happened to Jay? The people who hurt him will be coming back. We need to prepare, and I can't do that when Lorcan's in pain. Please. Lorcan protested again. Doc! Roy yelled at the doctor. Please, Orla begged. Lorcan struggled, but Roy was too strong for him, and Lorcan was not at his best. We really need their help, Doctor. They know what they're doing, Rose said. The doctor nodded reluctantly and approached the bed with a needle. In a moment, it was all over. Lorcan stopped moving, and his body relaxed. Lay him on his side. You should stay with him and make sure he's breathing okay, the doctor said, and exited the room. Chapter 14. The riverbank was foggy and unusually cold for a summer day. 6-year-old Lorcan gazed at the empty sand strip, watching the cool water rolling miniature waves onto the lonely stones and rocks. His mother pulled at his shoulder when he tried to get closer to the river. She's not there, Lorcan. But she's always there. Lorcan's eyes filled with anxiety. Maybe her parents realized how dangerous the riverbank is and decided not to let her come here. What if something happened to her? Don't think like that, Lorcan. But I know. I just know it, Mother. Lorcan tried to run out to the river, but his mother held him back again, lifting him from the ground. Lorcan, if you don't calm down, I'll tell your father you've been coming here, and I'll never be able to take you anywhere. I should never have brought you here. Lorcan stopped struggling, so his mother put him back down. She crouched and wiped a tear from Lorcan's face. I haven't seen the girl, son, she said, but from what you've told me, I believe she is strong and resilient. I have a feeling she'll be fine. Really? You really think so, Mother? He trusted his mother. He was only 6, but he knew he could rely on her and trust her unconditionally. She nodded, pulling his tiny body into her arms, and rubbed his back. There you go, good boy. You'll grow up to be a good, strong man, and you'll be able to protect your girl and build her a castle. I promise. I don't want to build castles anymore. His mother released him and looked into his striking blue eyes. Why not? A castle is just a thing. If I build it, someone else can destroy it. I want to give her a happy life with me. If I make her happy to be with me, then the happiness is always hers. It will always be with her, and no one can take it away. His mother looked at him. She merely smiled and kissed his cheek. Now you make me want to meet that girl. I'll do the same for you and Dad. I'll make you happy. I'll make you proud. A tear rolled down his mother's face. Why are you crying, Mother? She smiled again. I'm just happy, Lorcan. I'm the luckiest mother in this world. They heard a low growl from the bush nearby. His mother stiffened. She stood up, glanced around, and moved Lorcan behind her. The growl grew louder and closer. She grabbed Lorcan's hand and ran. They ran as fast as they could. Through the brush and over the other side of the hill was their home where they'd be safe. They stumbled over rocks, tree branches, and tree roots that seemed to float on the ground like a giant's petrified fingers. They had to make it to the other side of the woods. He resisted his mother picking him up because he knew he could run faster on his feet, and she could run faster if he wasn't her burden. At that moment, he regretted making his mother take him to the riverbank that his father had forbidden him for this very reason. The peaceful and pretty Irish forest didn't help, and wasn't trying to be particularly friendly. He thought he knew this area because he had spent so much time here, but the trees didn't look so familiar now. It seemed as if they had rearranged themselves to make Lorcan and his mother run aimlessly deeper into the darkness. Then they slammed straight into a large lump of fur and muscles. His mother fell backward, landing on Lorcan. In front of them was an enormous black wolf with glowing green eyes. The wolf bared its teeth and charged at them. His mother pushed him away when the wolf grabbed at her clothing. Lorcan pulled his mother's legs, but the wolf was too strong for him. It kept dragging his mother away. Then he couldn't remember much, except he knew he needed a weapon. He let go of his mother's legs to search for one. In a haze of confusion, he found a large rock, as large as his tiny body could handle. He hefted the rock up and charged in the direction the wolf had just gone, following the trail of his mother's blood. His fury intensified. Lorcan kept searching frantically. He didn't cry. He needed to protect his mother. He found the wolf on top of her. From behind, he wasn't sure if she was still alive, but it made no difference now. Lorcan charged, pounding the rock on the wolf's head and body. He wanted to grind the animal into the dirt. He heard his mother crying out for him to stop. That meant she was alive. That was good. But the wolf had hurt his mother, had wanted to kill his mother. That he wouldn't allow. Lorcan kept pounding on the pile of fur and flesh. Flesh? He thought he saw some human limbs. Blood. There was so much blood that he couldn't tell where it was coming from. He attacked the thing on the ground until he heard his mother's voice and felt her hands pulling him away from the messy pile of blood and whatever else was left beneath the rock. He remembered nothing else. In the room, Lorcan's body convulsed with the experience, and his fever shot up. Orla held him. She didn't know what he was dreaming about, but she could feel the pain seeping through every pore of him, and it was terrifying. She could feel its intensity, but there was nothing she could do to take it away from him. She wiped the sweat from his face and wrapped her arms around him. "You have to get through this. You have to do this for me." She held him until her body vibrated with his pain. For a while, he settled. She knew it was more than a dream. It was a flashback, and it was excruciating for him. She knew he wouldn't tell her about it, but she promised herself that if they survived this, she would get it out of him. If she survived this. His breathing was even now, and his body was healing. Orla kissed him. She enjoyed looking at him in the dark. She propped herself up on her elbow and traced her fingers along his jawline, his eyebrows, his exquisite nose, and his kissable lips. She wanted to remember every line of his face, his body. She recalled his striking smile and the lust he stirred in her whenever he winked one of those blue eyes at her. She kissed him gently again. "I love you, Lorcan." Then she climbed off the bed and went out into the dark veranda. Roy stepped out in front of her. "I promised Lorcan I wouldn't let you leave." "I wasn't leaving. I just came out here for some fresh air." Roy nodded. "I can see you love him very much. The moving mountains and crossing oceans sort of love. There's nothing you wouldn't do for him. But you shouldn't lie to him and make false promises. You told him you wouldn't leave, and now you are just coming out here for some fresh air. Do you think I'm stupid, Orla?" "On the contrary, you're too smart for my liking. What do you want to do about Maury? I can see you love her. The moving mountains and crossing oceans sort of love. So you're just staying here, guarding this door while you don't know where she is at the moment?" Orla looked straight into Roy's eyes. His deep brown eyes darkened, but he held his stance. "Maury will be fine. She's resourceful." "What stops you from going out to look for her now?" Orla gazed deeper into Roy's eyes. "Nothing, but I can't afford a wrong move. I need your help, both of you. So I have to wait until Lorcan gets better. If I act in haste and anything happens to Maury, I won't forgive myself. It's easy if they just want to lure me out, but they want the key, and that involves you both. As long as they haven't gotten what they want, they won't kill her." Roy shook his head to stay alert as his vision started to blur. "You're cool-headed, Roy. I have to give it to you." Roy's body started to sway. "Huh?" "I said you and Maury are a perfect couple." Orla's voice sounded like a bell ringing in Roy's head. He flopped forward, and Orla caught him before he fell face first on the veranda. She helped him into the room and lowered him down onto a chair. "Sorry," Orla whispered, and left. Chapter 15. The winding road hugging the edge of the tropical forest posed more mysteries than threats to Orla. There was a sense of familiarity hovering in the air. She didn't need much light to see the path as she followed her instincts ingrained in her since childhood. The wind whispered among the trees as if someone was chanting tunes from the days she had lived with magic. Incense silenced when she walked past, showing respect to her and what she was doing. Somewhere in the depths of the dark forest, she heard the hissing sound of a snake, the kind of snake that her branch of sorcery used in sacrificial ceremonies. Orla remembered vividly the struggle and the desperate hisses of the animal before the blood was drained from its body. She didn't care for the ritual, but at the time, she was a kid and was there to learn. The forest came to a small clearing. She saw the strange man who had been in Jay's house earlier standing by a fire, finishing the last part of the snake ritual. His eyes were closed, but Orla knew his mind's eye had seen her. Not only now, but back in the house. He had known she would come and find him. The man took his time to finish, then opened his eyes and looked at Orla on the other side of the fire.
"You've grown up a pretty girl, Orla."
The man's voice was earthier than his look. He smiled at her. "Precious, you've been gone a long time. Rumor had it you died," Orla said. Her body tensed up. She controlled her breathing to stay calm. She didn't come here to lose her life in a fight with one of the most dangerous sorcerers she knew. Precious laughed.
"I'm impressed that you remember me. Rumor is good when it spreads exactly what you want it to. I needed to bide my time to create more power."
"It's been more than 20 years. I assume you got what you wanted? Otherwise, it wasn't worth your faked death, was it?" Precious laughed.
"Indeed, you're right. This island is mine. Soon there will be many more. Many, many more. I respect your family, so I'm willing to share a part of what I've created with you, as a gift."
"You're a loner. You never share, and I don't remember having any kind of a bond with you."
"I've been fond of you since you were a kid. I hope you remember that. If you don't want anything from me, why did you come here?"
"You could have killed Lorcan in the house. Why didn't you? What did Jay say to you?" Precious shrugged.
"He said he needed your help."
"I know that." Precious snorted.
"But he doesn't need you. I can help him. I didn't know the Yakuza hid those people in the Raven House. I didn't even know when they had gone missing. Otherwise, I could have saved them. He didn't need your help. You just stuck your nose into our business."
"Well, they asked us to stay."
"Well, they shouldn't have."
"You're one of the strongest sorcerers in your clan. Why did you take Jay's word at all? From what I know of him, he's an English teacher, not a creature. And he doesn't look like he has a fortune that could buy the entire earth."
"I don't have to tell you anything."
"We might have the same enemies."
"I doubt that. I know you just want to save your lover, but it's not going to work. When this is over, I'll kill him, and there's nothing you or Jay can do about it."
"Why?"
"He must pay for what he did."
"What did he do?"
"Why don't you ask him?"
Orla nodded. "All right, I'll do that." She tilted her head slightly up, judging the direction of the wind. Then she turned to Precious. "I knew you had come for Lorcan. I knew it the moment I saw you, before you even realized it yourself." Precious arched an eyebrow.
"Then you also know you don't have the power to go against me, right?"
Orla stepped closer to the fire, the shadow of the dancing flames reflected in her eyes, making them spark with confidence. "Are you sure about that? You grow older while I grow stronger." Precious shifted into the fire's light and gazed into Orla's eyes. Orla continued. "I come here barehanded. I didn't even cast a protection spell, and you know that. Does that say I'm afraid of you?" Precious narrowed his eyes.
"Let's say we focus on the bigger picture, and then after that we can talk about your lover."
"Oh, now you suddenly want to negotiate. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Lorcan is mine. You know my family. We protect our own kind. It's not negotiable.
I protect my own kind too, and that's non-negotiable as well. Lorcan killed one of mine, and now he has to pay for that.
Bricious raised his voice, his face turning crimson and anger creeping into his eyes. His memories flashed across him like a tidal wave. He roared and glanced back at Orla across the fire, but it was too late. The fire surged up as if it was alive, surrounding him. Blades of scorching fire lashed out at him, cutting into his flesh with searing heat. He screamed. Outside the fire ring, Orla stood watching. She was calm and collected, but a trickle of blood ran down her nose. She had to be strong. She might win this. Bricious screamed.
You can never beat me, Orla. This isn't dark magic. You're betraying your ancestors.
He screamed again as his body caught fire. My family isn't all dark magic and hatred, Bricious. I'm sorry I have to do this to you, but I have to protect those I love.
What have I done to you apart from leading you to power?
Power? You call that power? All the girls in my class, they deserved every chance to live, but you killed them all. My cousin, Brian, you killed him too. If you died 1,000 times, it still wouldn't pay for the sins you've committed.
Sins? What sins did I commit to solve your clan's problems?
The fire surged higher, and then Bricious's eyes returned to their icy glare, and he smiled. The fire died down as a result. Chapter 16. Damn, Orla thought and knew she was in trouble. Think harder. Orla searched her mind frantically for what her auntie had told her about Bricious, about his weaknesses. She had to make him angry. She'd done that. He was furious, and he was now burning. The internal flame alone would kill him. Once it caught, he could never put it out. But it was dying down now. Why? Think harder. Bricious started laughing.
You were the smartest, the best in your clan. I was fond of you, and I regret having to lose you like this.
He laughed louder as the fire turned toward Orla. She crouched and erected a protection boundary around her just before the fire hit. Its force was so strong that it knocked her out of her protection zone. She crawled on the ground, trying to avoid her own blade of fire. Regaining her feet, she raised her arms. The fire at her end died out, and the fire at Bricious's flamed up again. He withdrew a step and swung his arms. A wave of icy particles appeared like a crystal arm. The arm extinguished the fire around Bricious, then twirled around, flattened like a sheet, and flew toward Orla. She only had barely enough time to turn away and cover her face before the ice particles rained down on her like a million pieces of broken glass. Orla slumped to the ground, bleeding. Bricious approached Orla.
You're trying to be a good girl, aren't you? You think your pathetic little white spell can stop me? You'd do much better using dark magic.
Blood streamed from what seemed like every part of Orla's body, but she smiled weakly and said, I pity those who love you. He approached as she dragged herself backward on the ground. She didn't understand why her fire had failed. Bricious crouched.
I don't want to kill you now. I want you to live to see me destroy your lover. But with you bleeding like that in the middle of the woods, any creature coming around is going to devour you, and that ain't my problem.
If I die, Lorcan will mourn. He loves me, you know, and my family will seek revenge. I have people who love me. If I die here, I die a happy woman.
Your lover might seek revenge, if he lives, but your family? I doubt it. Do you really think I had nothing better to do with my time and power than to kill those girls? And just so that you are the first in line for the alpha role. Ask your parents for the truth. Oh, wait a minute. You can't. They're dead. We're not supposed to speak ill of the dead, but the truth is, They hired me to do that dirty job.
Liar.
Why would I lie?
Because you're lonely, Bricious. My family loves me. If my parents have done evil things to put me in power, they did it because they loved me. You have no family. You lie to me to make yourself feel better. What do you have, Bricious?
People love me too. My family loves me.
Bricious's breath quickened. A thought flashed in the darkest corner of Orla's mind. She had sparked the wrong fire of fury before. She hadn't touched Bricious's deepest emotional wound, and that was why it had died out. Orla caught a sign of Bricious's weakness now. She remembered.
Now you're lying. You don't have a family, Bricious. Your magic won't allow a family. I know that much. Don't try to tell me the shapeshifter who died just before you disappeared had anything to do with you. You're the best in your clan, but that guy? He didn't have any skills. He was killed by a random human hunter. You wouldn't dare have such an embarrassment in your family, would you?
Bricious roared, grabbed Orla by the throat and shook her.
Shut up. Shut up, you little bitch.
Orla saw stars as he banged her head to the ground. She struggled to draw a breath. She knew she was dying, but she just had to get her last blow.
It wasn't a random hunter, was it?
She rasped.
There was only one human kid at that riverbank then who wasn't scared of were-creatures. Your son was killed by that kid. He died like a common dog.
Bricious threw Orla away, and she rolled across the ground. He screamed in excruciating pain as the fire erupted from inside his body. It burned and tore at his flesh and his mind. The fire of fury. He stood up, burning like a torch, but he moved toward Orla. She lay on the ground, seeing him coming, but she couldn't move. She had no breath, no strength, and not much blood left. Then she heard a familiar voice. It was Lorcan. He was racing to the scene, followed closely by Roy and Rose. He fired his gun, but just as before, the gun beam didn't work on Bricious. Lorcan pulled out his knife and stabbed. Bricious staggered backward. Lorcan's hands burned, but he kept stabbing until Bricious slumped to the ground. Thinking him to be dead, Lorcan turned to look at Orla.
Watch out!
Roy yelled and hurled a knife through the air at Bricious, who had gotten to his feet and was about to wrap his burning body around Lorcan. Bricious roared as he took the knife to his chest. Calling up a spell, he once again conjured the icy hand, pouring the crystal drops over his body to extinguish some of the fire. He ran off into the darkness, saying,
Lorcan, I'll be back for you. Keep your stone and your key. No Flanagan is going to save you when I return.
Bricious's voice echoed back to them through the still night air. Lorcan kneeled next to Orla. Her body was cold. He gathered her into his arms to warm her and comfort her.
Hang on for me,
he whispered as he carried her to the doctor's house. He was calm and tried not to make any sudden movements. Lorcan concentrated as he had never before in his life. She's lost too much blood. We don't have any extras for transfusion, the doctor said.
Take mine,
Lorcan said.
I don't know my blood type, and I don't know hers, but please, just see if her body takes it, please.
The doctor shook his head. It won't work that way. If your blood doesn't match, it might kill her.
So what do you suggest we do?
She has to heal herself.
Not happening.
Lorcan ushered the doctor and Rose out of the room.
Please, jam the door, Roy,
Lorcan instructed, pulling out his wrist unit to call Kieran. In a moment, a hologram appeared. Kieran looked annoyed.
Can you handle anything by yourself, Lorcan?
Please, she needs blood. Lorcan pointed to the bed. Kieran turned toward the bed, moving closer so that he could see Orla with the light of the hologram beam. Kieran frowned, reached his hand out as if to check her pulse, then remembered he was only a hologram. He signaled Lorcan and Roy to step back, and extended his hologram light beam into a holocast. He then moved the light circle over, encircled Orla, and checked her pulse. He took a small, pin-like device from his unit and took a sample. He inserted the sample into his unit, and a short moment later, Kieran looked up at Lorcan and Roy.
I need my doctor to do this properly. You two, wait outside.
Roy opened his mouth to ask something, but Lorcan had pulled him out the door and slammed it closed. Chapter 17. The bright light shone out of the door frame, casting a rectangular shape on the opposite wall. It had been a while, and Lorcan kept staring at the door as if he could see through it. Roy paced back and forth, hands in his pockets, saying nothing. Roy knew the center of Lorcan's universe was in that room, so he respected that and didn't ask anything. They had done this before when Roy was dying from poison. Kieran and the doctor he brought from Udays had fixed Roy using the most advanced technology in the cosmos. Lorcan had never been to the faraway universe that Kieran governed, but he'd heard only good things, and from their dealings with Kieran, Lorcan knew Udays had the best medical technology in the cosmos, and that Kieran's arrival in that universe could only have made it better. Before going to Udays, Kieran had been managing the most advanced and mysterious pharmaceutical company on Earth.
Stop talking to yourself, Lorcan.
Huh? Lorcan snapped back to reality and saw Roy was staring at him. Lorcan nodded, raking his hands through his hair and pacing the corridor. The light went out. The door of the room slid open, and Kieran stepped out. He was in his solid form, not a hologram. Lorcan waited for him to speak.
It's done. She's fine now, but it's the same deal for her as it was for Roy. She will have to change her address to Udays after this is done,
Kieran said.
Of course. Can I go in?
Lorcan asked. Kieran nodded. Lorcan rushed in, slamming the door behind him before Kieran could follow. Kieran had left a dim light on in the room, and Lorcan could see Orla lying in bed, pale and a bit dazed, but awake. He strode to the bed and sat by her side. Lorcan brushed the hair from Orla's face and smiled. She opened her mouth to say something, but Lorcan put his fingers over her lips.
Don't do that to me again, promise?
She looked into his blue eyes and nodded. He gathered her into his arms and held her tightly. Every muscle in his body quivered with emotion, and she pushed him back. I'm sorry. I won't do it again, Orla said. Outside the room, Kieran turned around to see Roy.
I'm sorry on Lorcan's behalf, Roy said. He didn't mean to slam the door in your face.
Kieran smiled and said nothing.
Does that smile mean you forgive him, or that you're not surprised because you've seen him like that before? The latter. I've dealt with Lorcan and Orla before. I know how they are with each other.
Roy nodded.
Lorcan said you control a great deal of the multiverse, but then you handle this matter personally. It must be important to you.
Kieran smiled again.
Yes, I do manage a lot of people and creatures, but only a few of them I'd consider friends. Lorcan and Orla are among them, and I don't take my friends for granted. If they need me here, I'll be here.
He glanced around quickly.
Where's Maury?
Roy inhaled sharply and informed him.
A clan of werewolves got her. Well, that's speculation. The only proof I've got is the blood marks I saw on the walls, and the fact that the wolves threatened me the day before and used Maury to lure me out. So my guess is it was them who took her. May I take a look at the room they took her from? It's not here. This is the doctor's house. We sent Rose, a local woman, and the doctor to the other house to take care of another wounded person.
Kieran narrowed his eyes.
Your woman was captured, and you don't know who took her or where she is now, and you're just standing here guarding this door? I need Lorcan and Orla's help. All the help I can get. I can't afford to make a wrong move. If anything happens to Maury, I'll never forgive myself.
Kieran looked at Roy. He knew he would never be able to be that cool-headed if it was Madeline, his wife, who had been captured. He admired the way Roy handled himself. He'd sent them back here for the stone, but the Indigo Stone was not exactly their problem. Kieran always felt a pang of pain and regret when couples got separated.
And you don't need my help?
No. I mean, yes, of course. But I would never just expect you to help. Never expect you to be here, given you're busy with your own business. But, yes, we definitely need your help, especially now. The guns you gave us didn't work.
I beg your pardon.
They worked before, but somehow the beams didn't work on the man we fought yesterday, and he almost killed Orla.
What do you mean they didn't work?
He seemed to have an invisible wall surrounding him. The beams were sucked right into it.
Dimensional shield,
Kieran mumbled.
Sorry?
Kieran shook his head.
How did he hurt Orla?
He used magic. That's all I could tell. He almost killed Lorcan, too, but it seemed like someone called Flanagan had been protecting Lorcan, so he's okay.
Who did you say was protecting Lorcan?
I don't even think Lorcan knows. Before running away, the man said he would come back for Lorcan, and no Flanagan was going to save him. A wave of rage washed over Kieran as soon as he heard the name. Chapter 18. Kieran paced as he thought, and he didn't like what he was thinking at all. Magic and Flanagan was a combination that would bring no good to anyone. Adding a dimensional shield to the combination might make him impossible to defeat. Kieran remembered vividly how he had killed Flanagan, and he remembered the carnage that the battle had caused in New Days. Maybe he hadn't killed Flanagan at all. If it was even the same Flanagan Orla had encountered. Kieran shook his head, trying not to ponder things any further until he got more information. The door of the room slid open, and Lorcan walked out with Orla. Lorcan had wrapped his arm around Orla's waist to support her. She could walk now, but she was still quite pale and shaky.
You look beautiful as always, Orla. It looks as though you put up a hell of a fight,
Kieran said. Thank you, Kieran. Orla smiled and raised her right arm to display the wristband Kieran had snapped on it. And now you've enslaved me to your days as well.
With pleasure,
Kieran nodded.
I'm sorry I dragged you here again, but this was urgent,
Lorcan began.
Indeed, and it looks as though it's best if I stay a bit longer to help you with the problem at hand.
Are you sure? We can handle this. We can... Lorcan trailed off and let his arms flop down to his sides.
I'm sorry. I really don't think we can handle this without further assistance from you. We're not catching a dragon here. We don't have any idea who we're dealing with. But we know they have armies of both humans and creatures. And now it looks like there's magic involved, and possibly forces from the multiverse as well. Maury used to have an army of firefoxes to help out, but now there are only 4 of us. 3 now, actually, because... I got it. Roy told me. They took Maury.
Kieran cut in.
I understand the magnitude of the problem. I'll stay to help.
Really?
That's great. Thank you,
Lorcan responded.
Oh, and the guns, they didn't work yesterday. I heard. I'll figure it out. For now, we'll have to use my all-time favorite, the most consistent and reliable weapon,
Kieran said, heading out of the house via the long hallway.
Knives?
Roy asked.
No, brain power. There are 4 of us now. We should be fine.
I don't think my feeble little brain is working at the moment, Orla said.
The next time you run into a sorcerer who could possibly wield magic strong enough to dilute laser beams from the most advanced technology in the cosmos, please call for help rather than trying to go it on your own.
Lorcan chastised Orla.
I'll get you better weapons, Lorcan, Kieran promised. But where do we go now?
To Jay's house. We're staying there. He's the leader for a group of humans. They were stranded on this island 11 years ago.
Lorcan said.
How so?
Apparently a storm hit, and then the whole island was disconnected from the world. Humans can't get in or out, only creatures. I think it's some kind of a dimensional shift, Lorcan said.
Kieran shook his head.
Perhaps. Can you find this island on a map?
No, Orla said. They said it literally disappeared from the planetary map.
An island doesn't disappear, especially an operational one. I could see it when you called me, that's how I got here.
They were walking along the main street now. It was lively with people going about their business as if nothing had happened here a few days ago.
We got into some crossfire here earlier. Many people died, and we just escaped by the skin of our teeth. Now they're all going on like it's business as usual. How weird, Roy said. Can you tell which ones are creatures and which are humans?
Kieran asked.
I can only tell if they're werewolves or werefoxes, Roy said.
I can tell, Orla said. Kieran smiled.
If only creatures can travel to and from this island, did you tell them exactly who you are? If they know that we can open a portal to get out of here, they may want to leave too, and I can't guarantee anyone else that I'll be able to transport them off the island. We haven't told them yet, but I'm sure they will eventually want to know, Lorcan contemplated. If they ask me, what should I tell them?
Kieran asked anyone who could answer. Orla stepped in front of Kieran, looking him up and down. Kieran was 6'3", slender with the toned muscles of a warrior, and had pale English skin. His long black hair almost touched his shoulders, framing a face that God had created just to provoke men's jealousy, and accentuating his smoky gray eyes.
Tell them you're a vampire,
Orla said. Kieran shook his head and chuckled. Lorcan laughed.
They'd probably believe you.
They arrived at Jay's house.
Creatures,
Orla whispered. They pulled out their guns. Kieran signaled Lorcan and Orla take one side, while he and Roy took the other side. The house was quiet. They entered easily, finding the house trashed and empty. A blood trail ran along the hallway and pooled on the carpet. They rushed to Jay's room, no one there. They searched everywhere and met back at the living room.
Rose and the doctor aren't here,
Lorcan said.
Where's the room Maury was taken from?
Kieran asked again.
End of the corridor,
Roy said and pointed. Kieran went to the room and examined the blood spray on the walls. Then he said,
You're saying they're werewolves, Roy. That's my prediction. They wanted the key, and they claimed to have the stone, but Roy thinks they were bluffing.
Lorcan added.
Do you remember the eyes of Nick, the cowboy from Zylok?
Kieran asked. Yes, he looked like he had worms swimming inside his eyes, Orla said. Are you thinking the wolves could have come from Zylok?
Zylok is a universe where multiversal outlaws stay. It's independent from all other universes, and thus the creatures living there could potentially bypass some standard physical laws of time and space.
Lorcan explained to Roy.
Do you think the creatures on the island are from Zylok, Kieran?
Maybe.
I have a theory, but I need more data to confirm it.
The kid!
Orla yelled and ran to the window. She jumped through the window so quickly it looked like she was flying. They saw the kid standing in a distance from the house, smiling at Orla. Then he turned and ran away. Chapter 19. Following Orla, Lorcan and Roy chased after the kid.
Don't chase him, goddammit. It might be a trap.
Kieran yelled at them, but they couldn't hear him, so he followed. This island must have many dimensional traps. Orla, Roy, and Lorcan ran straight to a narrow path with tall sand cliffs flanking either side, the perfect way to be ambushed. He pulled his gun and gave chase to nothing.
Stop! I said stop!
Kieran yelled again in a firm and authoritative voice. That stopped them just before the sand cliffs.
What are you doing?
That kid was in the house before and shot at Roy. I think he was looking for the stone,
Orla said.
What kid?
Kieran glanced at the sand cliffs. He approached the cliffs and aimed his gun down the narrow path.
Nothing in there but a possible trap. Watch out! Shoot, Kieran!
Lorcan shouted and pointed at the cliff. Kieran turned around and saw nothing, but pointed the gun in that general direction. "You're aiming right at it! Shoot!" Orla yelled.
I'm not shooting at a kid. Shoot! Shoot now! Roy roared.
Kieran didn't see a kid. He didn't see anything at all. He wasn't about to shoot if there was a chance of hitting a kid. He felt some air movement, and his instinct made him step to the side. He felt a stab of metal in his shoulder and turned sideways. Looking at his left shoulder, he saw a long arrow protruding. Blood streamed from the deep wound. Roy and Lorcan immediately shifted into two magnificent foxes and ran toward the cliffs. Orla approached Kieran and helped him stand up.
I'm fine. Go help them, he directed her.
"They don't need my help with these amateur shapeshifters," Orla smiled. Kieran narrowed his eyes.
Are there professional shapeshifters?
He asked incredulously. Orla shrugged. "Of course."
Did you see the whole thing?
"Yes? You didn't?" Kieran grabbed his shoulder and winced. "This is all pretty strange for you, huh?"
Nothing really weirds me out. I just don't care for being at a disadvantage. I'll have to use all my resources.
"But if you can't see them, how can you fight them?" Kieran smiled.
I have my ways.
He pulled the arrow out, setting free a spurt of blood.
This isn't good.
Kieran tried to stem the bleeding with his hand.
It might have hit an artery. Stupid, he mumbled.
"Let's go back inside to see if we can find something to patch you up with," Orla said. Orla found a small medical box and was able to stop the bleeding from Kieran's shoulder. Kieran checked the house, searching for all communication devices and anything that resembled an electronic device. Once certain that there wasn't a spying bot in the vicinity, he pulled out his wrist unit and coded something in. A warm glow of light appeared in the air, and a holocast encircled the floor. A hologram of Madeline stood in the middle of the light. She smiled at Kieran, and then narrowed her eyes at the wound on his shoulder, but she said nothing.
Madeline, you remember Orla?
Yes, of course. Hello, Orla. How's Lorcan?
"He's fine. Out hunting now."
Apparently you're not an Alfie, Kieran.
Madeline kept the gracious smile on her face. Kieran shook his head.
I was, but I got this urgent call, and there are a couple of things I need to do right now. I just wanted to let you know that I'll be late.
Can you make the council meeting tomorrow morning?
I'm not sure.
Madeline nodded.
I'll notify them if you can't make it. What do you need me to do now? You wouldn't call just to say you're going to be late.
Kieran looked into his wife's brown eyes, and it killed him to see a hint of unspoken resentment.
On the Holocast control panel, you can see the map with my location on Earth. Hit the record button on the panel to capture the location and save the information to a disk I store in our bedchamber. Then use our private channel to call my dad and transfer the file to him. Tell him that the Daemon Gate is fully responsible for this, and that in order to solve this problem, his council has to use data from the Eye.
Kieran
could see the threat of tears in Madeline's eyes, but he pressed on.
Please.
Madeline nodded.
I'll do it right away.
The look on Madeline's face pained him more than the bleeding wound on his shoulder, but he had to live with it. He wanted so badly to caress the dimple on her left cheek and kiss her tenderly, but he couldn't do that with a hologram.
Kieran.
Yes?
Cade and Lila spoke their first words this morning. Cade said Mom and Lila said Daddy.
Then a tear broke loose and rolled down her cheek. Kieran instinctively reached out and touched the light beam, then withdrew his hand and shoved it in his pocket. Madeline continued. I swear both of them have your goddamn sexy British accent. Madeline let out a wistful laugh. You give your children kisses when you get back. They'd love that. Bye for now. Madeline smiled graciously and turned away as her hologram faded, and the holocast disappeared. Kieran stood in silence for a moment, gazing into the air where his wife had just been. He smiled sadly.
My twins. They spoke this morning. In English.
He snorted out a short laugh.
They were conceived in the Daemon Gate and were born in Eudays. We were afraid they might speak Eudasian.
He shook his head and muttered.
Such a stupid thought. But anything could happen when we live across multiple universes.
They must be beautiful.
Kieran nodded. And soon they'll be too smart for their own good.
You're asking too much from Madeline, Kieran.
Kieran nodded. And I'm sorry for that, but it couldn't be helped.
I'm no expert, but I know asking the Daemon Gate Council to use the data in the eye is a serious matter. I can't imagine what it's like from Madeline's perspective to know that whatever it is that you're trying to do could put your life in danger. And for what?
The magnitude of the problem is a lot broader than I thought. It's not just the key or the stone. All of you could see whatever was coming at us from the sand cliffs. I couldn't. It's because we were seeing different dimensions of the same thing. This island didn't disconnect from the rest of the world all by itself. It was a dimensional shift, and it was manipulated. There are only a few people who could control this, and if my theory is right, we are in bigger trouble than you could imagine.
And what's your theory?
I'll let you know when I'm sure of it.
Would our lives be in danger too?
Kieran gazed into Orla's eyes. I'm in this with all of you, and I left my family hanging because of that. I love my family, and I'm no hero. I'll do whatever it takes to get me back home where I can hear my kids call me Daddy.
Kieran's eyes sparked with fury. Orla could see his temper almost slip out of control. Then he calmed down instantly.
My apologies. I shouldn't have raised my voice.
No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be so selfish. Orla shook her head. At the door, Lorcan and Roy walked in, both covered in dust and sand. They could feel the tension in the room.
What happened?
Lorcan asked. Kieran sat down on the sofa.
All right, everyone, we need a plan. Please tell me what has happened since you arrived on the island,
he said, while laying out a portable liquid map on the coffee table. Chapter 20. The wedge of the forest where the werewolf clan had captured Mori was quiet. Lorcan was sure he and Orla hadn't killed them all while Mori took Roy away. But the most important thing they'd learned from that fight was that the area around the cave was blanketed with magnetic energy that had sucked the power out of Roy's wrist unit. And it would do the same to Orla, because she was now equipped with the same kind of wrist unit. Thus, Kieran had to ask Orla and Roy to stay back at Jay's house.
They were in there before.
Lorcan pointed to the cave.
It looks like a trap,
Kieran said and drew his gun, looking at it.
Will it work on them? The only time it didn't work was when I used it on Bricious.
Kieran nodded.
Speaking of Bricious, are you sure you have no recollection of when and where you or your family had come across a Flanagan? 100% sure. You look like you know who it is. Too soon to draw a conclusion.
Kieran followed a trail of paw prints in the mud. He heard slight movement. Pointing his gun to the top of a tree, he fired. A half-wolf, half-man dropped down from the tree branch, howling in pain.
Come on, choose your bloody form,
Lorcan scolded. The man shifted completely into wolf form and fled. Lorcan wanted to chase, but Kieran held him back.
Let him call his pack, Kieran said. Where's your gun?
Lorcan pulled it out, brandishing it in front of him. Kieran nodded.
Okay, now, don't shift into your fox form in front of me. 2 reasons. Most importantly, I don't want to see you naked. And second, your gun will do a lot more damage than your teeth. But Kieran, the rule is that when you fight with were-creatures, you change into your were-creature form. Fair fight and all, you know. Your true form is human, Lorcan. Until I have evidence to prove otherwise, being able to shift into a blue fox doesn't make you a 100% were-fox. Roy said you're different. You're not like him.
Lorcan nodded and held the gun tightly in his hands. They heard movement in the bushes nearby, and a pack of gigantic black wolves crept toward them.
I don't speak, wolf,
Kieran said. From the rear of the pack, Ganzorig stepped out.
You know what we want. Do you have it? And do you have what we want?
Kieran responded. Ganzorig signaled. 2 men from the back brought Mori, standing her next to Ganzorig.
Are you okay, Mori?
Lorcan asked. Mori nodded.
Show me the key,
Ganzorig demanded. Kieran took a small pouch from his pocket, sliding the key inside out to reveal its top. Then he put it back into his pocket.
The key is an important object. We want Mori, and all you have taken from us, Kieran said. How much do you want? We don't have access to unlimited resources. Can you put a dollar value on the key of Sush?
Lorcan asked.
No, but money is all I have to deal with. I can't give you men or territories, Ganzorig scolded.
Kieran and Lorcan exchanged glances. It didn't seem likely that Ganzorig had Rose and Jay.
Well, this island isn't yours to start with, so you can't call it your territory. If I let you have the key, you must move away from this island,
Kieran said. Ganzorig smirked.
Fair enough. Give me the key and I will leave. You will never see me again.
Kieran looked again at Lorcan. They both knew that this was much too easy to be true.
Exactly how many men do you have here, and how can we be sure you'll stay true to your word?
Kieran asked.
I have 210 men on this island. You will just have to take my word that we'll leave this island. Once we have the key, there will be no reason for us to stay here. I think you should withdraw first, and I'll make arrangements to transfer the key to you elsewhere. The location can be your choice.
Who are you? Ganzorig asked, narrowing his eyes at Kieran.
You don't need to know who I am, but I have the power to destroy the people who hired you to do this.
Ganzorig paced. Lorcan was sure that even though Ganzorig had his men surrounding him at the moment, he felt vulnerable in front of Kieran. He knew Ganzorig would give in. Lorcan relaxed his shoulders and the tension in his face.
We don't have all day,
Lorcan grumbled, loud enough for Ganzorig to hear.
How can we be sure that you have the right key?
Ganzorig asked. Kieran nodded and signaled to Lorcan. They stepped farther away from the wolves. Kieran took his wrist unit and coded something in. He gave the key to Lorcan. In front of them, a portal opened in magnificent blue and white light. Lorcan stepped into the light and approached the door. He slid the key in, and the door slipped open. On the other side of the door was a smoky area, steamy and sparkling with electric red and purple lights. Lorcan stood back from the door, as if something behind it would eat him alive. Then he slammed the door closed and ran back out, leaping through the portal. Kieran closed the portal while Lorcan breathed heavily. Ganzorig's jaw dropped.
Are you okay?
Kieran asked.
Lorcan nodded. I'm fine. As long as you weren't asking me to go through that door, I was fine.
Ganzorig narrowed his eyes.
What kind of magic was that?
Kieran smiled.
The kind that can make whoever employed you agree to the terms I set out. Now, you've seen the key in action. It's not magic. That's what the key opens. You're welcome to try the door yourself.
Kieran opened his palm to show the key to Ganzorig.
What's behind that door? Ganzorig asked. If your employer didn't tell you, it's beyond your pay scale, Kieran said. Do you want to try the door?
Ganzorig shook his head.
No, it's not necessary.
Kieran shrugged.
So, will you give Mori back to us? Then, when we're sure you and your men have left the island, we will deliver the key to a location of your choice.
Ganzorig nodded.
In 3 days. Heihanshin Prefecture, at the old farmhouse called Yushiza. Kieran nodded. Here are the terms. You withdraw your men immediately, and then we need time to check the island. After 3 days, we will deliver the key. Ganzorig nodded, raising his hand to signal his men to release Mori. He turned, and his wolves followed him quickly, dashing off into the misty forest. Their howls echoed back to Kieran and Lorcan for a while, and then the forest returned to its mysterious quietude. Well, that went more smoothly than I'd expected, Lorcan muttered. Kieran smiled at him. I've just discovered a new talent of yours. I have plenty of talents, but which one are you talking about? Acting. You could make a career out of it.
Chapter 21. The late afternoon sun shined on the bright red roof of Jay's house, reflecting onto the row of mature pine trees flanking the sides of the house. However, it wasn't the harsh light of the sun that had Kieran and Lorcan squinting. It was the sight of Roy sitting on the roof that had their attention.
Well, Roy makes a perfect target for a sniper,
Kieran commented, and turned toward Mori, but Mori had left before he could finish his sentence. From the roof, Roy leapt down to the ground and sprinted toward Mori. The two embraced each other, rushed toward the house, and disappeared inside.
I was admiring Roy for the way he handled himself before,
Kieran said.
Lorcan laughed. You'd admire him even more if you knew he was kissing Mori for the first time right now.
Kieran arched an eyebrow. Lorcan shrugged.
I guess that's a werefox tradition. Some set of rules. I don't really understand them, but they suck.
Kieran smiled.
The rules or the foxes?
Before Lorcan could answer, Orla approached, giving the two men a wink and nodding toward the house. That might take a while.
We have to head to the Raven House now. Roy and Mori know the plan. They'll follow us later. Let's go,
Kieran said. All right, then, Orla responded.
I need to tell you this before we go, Orla,
Lorcan said. What?
Kieran and I...
He hesitated, then he cleared his throat.
It was Kieran's idea to put on an act for Ganzorig, the werewolf, so we could get Mori back without a fight.
I knew that already.
Right, so the plan was that Kieran would open the portal to the Daemon Gate, and I would insert the key to the front door of our house to open it in order to reveal some mysterious light inside. That way Ganzorig would believe we have some kind of magical, mysterious power.
Yeah, we talked about that. I knew that part too.
The thing is, to make it even more convincing, I wanted to add a smoke effect to the light. Kieran had learned a trick from his cousin George, and they'd done it safely before, so I tried it.
And? Orla narrowed her eyes. Lorcan stepped backward a bit, so he stood by Kieran.
We were short of time. We needed some colorful powder, so I sent a command to Ginny asking him to sample the color from your makeup kit.
Who's Ginny? Kieran asked.
Our home robot,
Lorcan answered and continued.
Based on the amount of colored smoke and the odor when I opened the door, I think Ginny might have sampled your entire wardrobe as well.
What do you mean by sample?
A chemical process involving the use of fire and some other bits and pieces.
Lorcan looked sheepish, but that didn't stop Orla from advancing on him, her hands on her hips. Lorcan glanced around and saw Kieran backed far away from him.
It was in the interest of the greater good, and I'm sure you'll get plenty of new clothes in you days, Orla.
Kieran felt obliged to help Lorcan out as much as he could.
You see? Did you hear that? That's a promise from Kieran. It's no big deal. He'll supply you with an entire new wardrobe when you come to Udays. He's the king there, right?
Lorcan grinned, knowing his life might depend upon a favorable response from Orla. He moved in, kissed her face, and bit her bottom lip. Kieran rolled his eyes and looked away.
An entire new wardrobe would normally be any woman's dream,
Lorcan whispered and deepened the kiss. Don't make assumptions, Lorcan. Women are not that shallow. Besides, I've been managing my own wardrobe since I was 5. Women have specific tastes and preferences. An entirely new bunch of clothes from an unknown universe where I have no idea what their sense of fashion is? That's not necessarily desirable.
Only since 5? So, you didn't wear any clothes before 5?
Lorcan laughed. Orla jabbed her finger into Lorcan's chest. I'll have you know I wore very nice clothes before 5. I lived with my parents in Paris, the fashion capital. Mother just didn't let me choose what I wanted to wear. The smile faded from Lorcan's face.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you talk about your parents.
Orla shrugged. It's okay. They died when I was so young. I don't really remember much. But my aunt took good care of me.
I know, but I'm sorry anyway,
Lorcan said. Because we are on an important mission and I don't want to be petty, I'll let this wardrobe issue go, for now. But there will be punishment, Lorcan. Lorcan smiled. As they turned around, Maury and Roy hurried out of the house.
You wouldn't leave without us, would you?
Roy asked.
Never,
Kieran muttered as he headed to the road.
You guys go ahead. I forgot something,
Lorcan said and darted back to the house while the group left. Chapter 22. Back in the house, Lorcan ran to the bedroom and pulled out his computer. He didn't need to connect to the central network of the Daemon Gate to get what he needed. He opened a computer game he had been designing for Orla, a fun simulation, and pulled up all the historical data he'd imported into the program about her life. Orla Foley, born and raised in France until 5. Her parents died in an accident. The rest of the family took her back to Ireland after the accident. Lorcan stared at the data. He had never registered this information in his mind before. He thought he'd known every detail about her life. He put the computer away, sat back on the bed, and ran his hands through his hair. Then he stood up and rushed out to follow the group before anyone would ask questions. The Raven House was the same as they had found it a few days ago, but it looked even more ancient now. The heavy, crooked wooden door was shut and covered in dust, as if it had never been opened, as if there had never been a fight, and as if there had never been 16 people shackled inside waiting to die. Kieran stopped everyone at a fair distance from the house. He checked his wrist unit and turned around.
There's an unusual astronomical energy here. This isn't an ordinary house,
Kieran said as he saw the flashing signal of an incoming message on his screen. He read it and responded, then turned toward the group.
The Daemon Gate Council agrees to help and is gathering their resources. I suspect the dimensional shift that shields this island from human eye is manipulated by forces from another universe. Who, where, and how is yet to be determined, and I can't do anything about it until I get back to Udays. Our immediate task here is to save those individuals involved directly in this mission, get the Indigo Stone, and get off this island in one piece,
Kieran said. What about the residents here? Orla asked.
We'll see what we can do, but if this island somehow got stuck in the middle of a galactic war between unknown creatures and universes, lives will be lost, and there's not much we can do about it. If that's really the case, which I truly hope it's not, there will be other places facing the exact same destiny. When we get out of here, we'll try to find ways to save them, but we have to get out first, understood?
Everyone nodded.
Why can't the Daemon Gate send troops down here to help us?
Roy asked.
The Daemon Gate doesn't have soldiers. They only have guards for internal use and don't involve themselves in battles or any affairs outside their universe,
Lorcan responded.
I can't take my troops from Udays to Earth. This is not their war. The Earth is my personal interest. I can't justify sending resources here and sacrificing Udasians,
Kieran said. Then why did you ask Madeline to tell the Daemon Gate this is their responsibility? Orla asked. Kieran smiled.
They need a good reason to get their act together, and this is partially their fault, isn't it? If they hadn't sent you to get the key, you wouldn't have upset the dragon, the stone and the key wouldn't have been separated, and you wouldn't have had to come to this island.
Look, Orla said. She felt the presence of the kid before she saw him. Everyone turned around and saw him standing in front of the house.
What's going on?
Kieran saw nothing. Are the invisible shapeshifters back?
It's the kid who shot Roy, Orla said quickly.
Kid, we don't mean you any harm,
Lorcan began.
but you led us into a trap at the Sandcliffs before, and you shot at Roy. What exactly do you want?
Lorcan asked. The kid blinked his eyes, looked straight at them, and through them.
Shit, he's looking at Kieran,
Roy said. Roy ran at the kid to grab him, but Kieran held him back.
What does he look like?
Kieran asked. Short, black hair, brown eyes, about 9 or 10, average build, Orla said.
What about his voice?
Now that Kieran had asked, they recalled that they had never heard the boy speak. I described him to Jay, and he said his name is Michael Harris, Rose's son. Rose is one of the 16 people we rescued from this Raven house.
I can take a bite and tell you whether he's human. He's definitely not were-creature,
Maury said. The kid stood still, gazing at them through the fence. He looked at Kieran. Maury adjusted her stance, ready to make a move.
Don't, Maury. If he wanted to harm me, he could have done that at the Sandcliffs. He led us into a trap and got you an arrow in the shoulder,
Lorcan said.
I don't think he knew the shapeshifters were at the cliffs,
Orla said, and turned toward the kid.
Hey, just tell us what you want. We don't have time to play around.
The kid didn't answer and kept staring.
Let me try,
Kieran said, and made his way through the group huddled in front of him. He couldn't see the kid, but spoke in the direction the rest were looking.
There must be a reason that others can see you, and I can't. You approached twice since I arrived. What do you want?
Silence.
If you'd like me to do something for you, you have to at least give me a signal. Show yourself to me.
As soon as Kieran finished his sentence, the image of the kid flickered and became semi-transparent. In front of Kieran he appeared, flickering like a poor-quality hologram. As soon as the kid opened his mouth to say something, there was a high-frequency squawking. Kieran grunted in pain, grabbing his ears, slumping to the ground with blood trickling from his nose. The kid saw that and stopped speaking. He was still half-transparent, hovering between the two dimensions. Lorcan, Orla, Roy, and Maury couldn't hear anything, but they saw the movements of his mouth, and saw also that Kieran was in trouble. Kieran got to his feet and raised his hand, gesturing silence from the kid.
Don't speak.
Then he turned around.
Did you hear anything?
Everyone shook their heads. Kieran turned back to the kid.
All right. Speaking doesn't appear to be the best form of communication between us at the moment. Can you move objects?
The kid nodded.
Can you write?
The kid nodded again and crouched to pick up a small stone on the road. He drew one line, but hadn't finished the first letter before they heard a low growl. From the end of the street, a large group of wolves approached, teeth bared. From behind the pack, a man made his way to the front. He wore a black robe with a large sword tucked at the back. In his hand, he held Ganzorig's head by the hair. Blood from the head, its eyes still half open, dripped to the ground. A corner of the man's scarred face quirked up as if smiling. He signaled the wolves with his empty hand, and the group stepped back. The pack of gigantic wolves charged at them. Kieran, Lorcan, Roy, Maury, and Orla blasted their guns at them, but there were too many. The front line died, but the back line leapt over the bodies of the dead wolves to attack. The group rushed to the door of the Raven house.
Lorcan, stay with me. Roy, open the gate and check if there's anyone inside. Shoot if they come at you. Orla and Maury, keep in the middle,
Kieran directed. The group backed closer to the gate. Roy opened it and saw an empty courtyard. Kieran and Lorcan continued to fire at the advancing wolves.
Okay to come in,
Roy said, stepping into the courtyard. Orla grabbed Kieran and Lorcan from behind and pulled them roughly inside. She curled her hands into fists and pumped out 2 large fireballs at the coming wolves. While the wolves howled and barked, she darted into the courtyard as Lorcan slammed the door closed. They locked the door from the inside. While Lorcan and Roy found logs inside and jammed the door, Kieran stepped back, keeping his eyes on the top of the high fence. As he had predicted, the man in the black robe leapt to the top of the fence. His feet had not yet touched the fence when Kieran shot at him. The beam hit the man mid-body. He dropped Ganzorig's head to the ground inside the fence and fell back outside. Soon they heard howling and the sounds of paws scratching at the door. They turned around and ran into the Raven house. The internal door seemed to be more stable and secured. The metal patch lock and chunky metal bars were in good condition. They locked the internal door and proceeded deeper into the main hall. Part 2. Chapter 23. The hall was dark and empty as before. This time, no creatures attacked them, but they held tight to their guns anyway. The bodies of the creatures they killed before had been cleaned up. Lorcan frowned at the floor. It was too clean. It was as if the fight had never happened here, or someone had gone to great lengths to clean it. But why?
Kieran,
Lorcan called out as he proceeded to the next room.
What?
Get behind me, Lorcan commanded.
Excuse me? I know you're used to leading, but we've been here before. I've seen the traps,
Lorcan said.
He's right, Kieran,
Roy said.
I'll watch your backs then. Ladies in the center, please.
Kieran went to the end of the line. They slowly made their way to a chamber and found the way down to the basement where the people had been kept shackled before. Kieran glanced at the layout of the room and the decoration of the hallway.
It's religious sacrificial ground here,
Kieran said. What? Why don't I recognize this? Orla asked.
It's a rare religion. I came across it when I researched for a small project a long time ago in London. Your magic is a practice, not a belief. I can't explain and don't understand your practice, but I can explain certain patterns of beliefs and religions,
Kieran said. Orla shrugged. You always have a theory for everything, Kieran?
Merely efficient,
Kieran smiled. They arrived at the basement. Lorcan pointed to the dark wing at the far end.
I went in there before. There was a door, and as soon as I opened it, I blacked out. Orla said I looked like I was dead. When I came to, there was no door. It was just a solid wall.
Kieran stepped closer to the dark wing to peek in. Lorcan opened his mouth to protest, but Kieran turned back before he could say anything.
Don't worry, Lorcan. I'm not an idiot.
Then he approached the walls where the people had been shackled. He looked at the layout of the room, then pointed to a corner.
There has to be a door over there,
Kieran said. Everyone looked at the solid wall.
I know this sounds strange, but this is the classic structure of a mind map. Mind maze, to be precise.
Kieran suddenly whirled around and shouted toward the middle of the room.
No!
Then he slumped to the floor, apparently dead. Lorcan could see exactly what had happened to him the last time they were here. Whatever Kieran had seen that made him fall to the floor, Lorcan had experienced before. It had come back to him twice now, targeting the darkest corner of his mind. Everyone had a secret they wouldn't want anyone else to know. A man like Kieran would have many. Whatever this thing brought out in Kieran, Lorcan knew it couldn't be good. Lorcan could see himself on the floor, dead. He understood now more than ever how hopeless Orla must have felt. He froze, not knowing what to do. Orla sat on the floor next to Kieran, rubbed his temples with her thumbs. Come on, Kieran. You responded to me before. Do it for me again. His body was cold and there was no response. Come on, Kieran. You have to get back home to hear your children call you Daddy. They could hear the wolves knocking down the courtyard door. Roy and Maury looked around. There was no way out except to go back to the hall and face the wolves. Lorcan pulled his gun.
I'm going back,
he said. There are too many of them, Orla protested. She shook Kieran's shoulder. Come on, Kieran. Kieran stirred and slowly opened his eyes. Unlike Lorcan, who jumped to his feet right away, Kieran seemed extremely weak. Although he couldn't move by himself, he was fully aware of what was happening. It looked as though he didn't have any physical strength, but his mind worked perfectly.
Do you mind helping me up?
He asked Orla. He's up! Kieran's up! Orla called out to the others. Lorcan, Roy, and Maury rushed over.
I can't move,
Kieran said.
Okay, let me.
While Lorcan helped Kieran sit up, he saw his wrist unit.
Jesus Christ, 10%. You live on a wrist unit like Roy and Orla? No, my wrist unit's energy is just for emergency. Whatever it was, it must have sucked out a significant amount of my natural energy. The reserve kicked in. It drew 90% out of the reserve.
Kieran paused to take a breath.
I have to crash.
What do you mean? Roy asked.
You have to rest to recharge your natural energy?
Lorcan asked. Kieran nodded.
You can't do it here. The wolves will break in at any second,
Maury said. Orla stood, fists curled. I'll handle them.
No, Orla,
Lorcan protested.
Lost the wall,
Kieran said weakly.
What? Far end, left corner. There has to be an escape hatch. Blast it.
Kieran reiterated the information and then closed his eyes to preserve his energy. Lorcan, Roy, and Maury aimed at the wall and fired. In no time, the wall crumbled, revealing a short hallway. Lorcan and Roy rushed back to help Kieran. They all raced through the hallway just as the wolves knocked down the door. At the end of the short hallway was a small wooden door. They pushed outside. In front of them were endless rolling sand hills. Give me some space. Orla pushed everyone out of her way, curled her hands into fists, and threw fireballs at the brick dome that arched over the wooden door. The bricks collapsed, piling up in front of the door, blocking it from the outside. The sandhills in front of them spread out in the scorching sun, having no resemblance whatsoever to the area in front of the Raven house they'd just been through. The island was tropical, and the sandhills in front of them were a desert.
Another dimension. We just passed through a dimension door,
Kieran muttered. He reeled toward a black rock poking up the sand, then slumped to the ground, totally passing out. Lorcan and Roy carried Kieran to the shady area of some crooked palm trees. Then they themselves flopped down next to him. This dimension seemed to suck the energy out of everyone. Chapter 24. A while later, Lorcan and Roy awoke, finding Kieran already up, sitting on top of a small rock and watching over them, a gun in his hand.
Wake your women, he said. We need to go. Out there?
Lorcan pointed at the desert. Kieran shook his head.
Too risky. It was bad enough to not know where we were on the island. There's no point charging into that unknown dimension. We're going to have to fight our way back inside the Raven house. It's been quiet in there for a while.
Lorcan nodded and turned to wake Orla.
Can you open a portal to the Daemon Gate or the transactional zone right here?
Roy asked.
No, someone with galactic connections called our bluff and killed Ganzorig. I'd be reluctant to open a portal now and risk being located by unfriendly forces.
Orla and Maury were up. Maury and Roy approached the pile of bricks Orla had broken to jam the door. It was very quiet inside the Raven house.
What if we follow this building from the side to the front without going back inside?
Maury asked. Lorcan pointed at the edge of the wall where it curved.
I checked, and it looks like a maze. I don't think it will lead us to the front of that building. The only sure way is to go back inside via this door.
Kieran was about to get off the rock when Lorcan approached.
What did you see inside the house that made you pass out? The kid yanked open a dimensional door right in the middle of the room. I can't remember anything about it except the suction. I guess it's the same sort of dimensional door that I saw. You said you have to crash to recover your natural energy. It's the same with me. I have to pass out when I'm injured so that my body can start its healing process. Is that common in your universe? What, the healing process or the recharging of energy?
Lorcan shrugged.
Both, I guess. Roy said I'm not exactly a werefox, so I'm just wondering if there's any resemblance between our recovering processes.
Kieran smiled.
I haven't been in Udays long, but the moment I became a citizen of that universe, everything changed. I don't have total control of my energy, and it has to be recharged naturally every day like a battery. If I run out of energy, I'll die. So, to answer your question, yes, there might be some connection between your recovery process and the energy charging process in Udays. What I'd suggest is for you to have a test done in Udays after we finish with our business here. Does that mean you'd admit me to Udays? Orla will have to live there. You have some skills we can definitely use. Still, no promises.
Lorcan grinned.
That's good enough. I'll put my tech skills to good use. I can get any tech guy I need, Lorcan. No strings attached. Your most valuable skill is not computer crunching. It's what you did in the woods. Excuse me? What do you think I saw when I passed out? A secret. Me too.
Kieran nodded.
Yes, but it wasn't my secret that I saw.
Blood drained from Lorcan's face. He glanced toward the house and saw Orla, Maury, and Roy busy planning a predicted fight once they got inside.
Look, Kieran, I don't know what you saw, but I was a kid. I wasn't exactly conscious of what I was doing. It was a wolf, and it was killing my mother. You knew it wasn't a wolf. You denied it in your subconscious and only saw what you wanted to see. It was your first kill. I know it was hard, especially as you were that young. No one else needs to know your secret.
Lorcan swallowed hard.
When was your first kill?
Kieran shook his head.
No one needs to know my secret, either.
Lorcan nodded.
I haven't told Orla any of this. I've never been so sure about what happened. My mother was never clear about it. I'm not sure what Orla would think about me if she knew that I had the ability to kill at such a young age.
Kieran laughed.
Bullshit. You think I'm an idiot? What? No, You couldn't tell Orla because you were stalking her at the time. That was how you got attacked.
Lorcan sheepishly glanced back to ensure Orla was not listening.
You saw that too?
Kieran shook his head.
No, that's my deduction from the conversation you had with your mother before the attack. Didn't need to use much brain power to figure that out. You two are made for each other. Your childhood sweethearts. Nothing to be embarrassed about. You heard us when we talked about the wardrobe back at Jay's house, Kieran. She didn't come to Ireland until she was 5. But at the time of the incident, she was only 3. I wanted us to be childhood sweethearts. I always thought we were. But the girl I had been dreaming about at the riverbank might not have been Orla. It's not a big deal in reality, but we built our entire relationship on that fairy tale, the childhood love story. What if I've been loving another girl and then ended up with Orla by accident? Your mind is very twisted, Lorcan. Orla would die for you. Yes, and I would die for her too, but that was because of our fairy tale. I love Orla, and there is nothing that will ever change that. But what will she think if there's a chance that I fell in love with her because I once thought she was someone else? You can't be so sure. I'm not sure at all, but there's a big fucking fat chance that that's the case.
Kieran nodded.
Your secret is safe with me. When we get this thing over and done with, marry her properly and get that doubt out of your mind.
Are you two plotting our way in? Because I can't see any other way than me sending fireballs inside first to clear the way. Orla called out. Kieran and Lorcan joined the rest of the group. Chapter 25. A short moment later, Lorcan, Roy, and Maury blasted the beams at the bricks. When the bricks loosened up enough, Kieran wiped them away with one beam and kicked the door in. He withdrew quickly to make way for Orla. The pack of wolves rushed at the open door and were incinerated instantly by Orla's fireballs. When the last wolf dropped at the doorstep, Kieran stormed inside, shooting at any movement he could detect. Soon the Raven house reverted back to its eerie quietness. Before Kieran put his gun away, the flickering image of the kid came back, frantically waving his arm toward a corner behind Kieran. Kieran whirled around to see a dimensional door slide open, and the man in the black robe charge out with sword raised high. Kieran lifted his gun, but but there was no need for him to even aim as the beam landed right at the man's neck, decapitating him. The man's head fell from the hood of his robe, dropping onto the floor with his eyes still blinking, revealing irises with worms swimming inside them. The body of the man and his head began to disintegrate, turning into a black worm puddle.
"Zylock creature,"
Kieran muttered. He glanced up to thank the kid, but he had vanished again. Via the collapsed gates to the Raven House, wolves appeared, hundreds of them, countless numbers storming into the courtyard, heading toward the hallway.
"No way we can kill them all,"
Roy said.
"Have to try."
Lorcan raised his gun. Kieran glanced at the coming dogs and searched the room, contemplating. He raised his gun and called out,
"Hold your women back. Far right-hand corner."
Then he raised his gun and strode to the center of the room.
Kieran!
Orla and Maury called out. Kieran turned and glared at Lorcan and Roy. They grabbed Orla and Maury, dragging the wriggling women back toward the wall on the right.
"Brace yourself behind that wall,"
Kieran said. He stood in the middle of the room, staring at the coming wolves in challenge. Then he walked slightly toward the left, standing by the short hallway which led to the dimensional gate they had just fought their way through. The wolves dashed through the main hall and ran straight toward Kieran. He calculated the distance, then pointed his gun at the opposite wall and shot. The wall shook, but didn't budge. Kieran shot again and got some protesting dust from the loose bricks. The wolves kept charging. He shot at a couple that had passed through the doorway and turned the gun on the wall again. It shuddered. From the corner, Roy and Lorcan darted out, standing next to Kieran. The trio blasted the wall. It shook and eventually gave in. As the wall crumbled, they saw a glimpse of dark space.
"Run!"
Kieran shouted, and dove toward the right, rolling toward the black wall. Lorcan and Roy did the same. The suction funneled through from the dimensional door and the hole they just created. The coming wolves were sucked off the ground by the vacuum of air and tossed into space like ragdolls. Maury reached out, dragging Roy behind the protective wall. Orla grabbed Kieran and Lorcan one by the hand and pulled them in. They shot at any wolf that veered right toward the wall where they hid. The rest of the wolves storming into the room turned to the left to avoid the laser beams and were sucked into the deadly air funnel. From behind the wall, the group watched as the wolves flew out into nothingness.
"Enjoy the ride,"
Kieran laughed. Chapter 26. The quietness had returned to the Raven House, the howling vanishing along with the wolves. The group stepped out from behind the wall, cautiously staying far from the spinning suction funnel. Kieran muttered,
"Now the Raven House has a gateway from one dimension to another."
"Seriously, how do you know that there is such a thing behind that wall?" Lorcan asked.
"It's a maze built by someone with galactic connections. Logically, the entry and escape hatches would be positioned at opposite ends. Classic mind game." "Has this been developed into a hologame?"
Lorcan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Kieran smiled.
"Yes, for training purposes only."
"Come on, guys." Orla waved her arms in frustration. "We've got things to do, but we can't just leave a gigantic hole like this in the wall. What if someone falls into it?"
"They'd be sucked into oblivion and spend the rest of their natural lives staring into the darkness,"
Kieran said. "That was a rhetorical question, Kieran?" Kieran smiled. "How can we fix this?" she asked.
"I'm afraid there isn't a simple solution. A maze has entries, escape hatches, doors, traps, and keys. A mind maze like this would have connections to the movements of astronomical elements. Things will shift and change constantly. The hole might eventually cover itself up and vanish as if it had never been there."
"Or it might still be there, but someone might fall into it because they can't see it," Orla said.
"Yes and no," Kieran said patiently. "They can only fall into it if they're in the same dimension. And if they're in the same dimension with the hole, they'll be able to see it." "Why don't we just put a sign up saying keep away from the gigantic hole unless you want free travel into unknown space?" Roy grinned, and Maury laughed. Lorcan was silent.
He walked along the wall, trailed his hand on it.
They're here. Rose, the doctor, and Jay. This place is significant. That's why they shackled people here. The stone might be here, too.
I agree, Kieran said. They walked along the wall on the left-hand side, making their way back to where people had been held. Lorcan glanced around. The walls in the basement looked familiar. There had to be something more than these walls. Why these walls? While they were contemplating and searching, the kid appeared again in the middle of the room, in half-transparent form so that both Kieran and the rest could see him. He opened his mouth to say something. Kieran slumped to the floor, holding his ears.
Don't speak,
Kieran reminded him. The kid stopped. Kieran picked up a loose brick and handed it to him. Taking the brick, the kid drew an arrow pointing toward a wall tucked away in another wing of the basement. The group cautiously approached it. It looked like all of the other walls, nothing out of the ordinary. Kieran turned, intending to ask the boy what he meant by pointing them to the wall, but he was gone. Lorcan approached the wall, fingering the grooves of the bricks. "Be careful, Lorcan," Orla said. Lorcan turned around, looking at them.
The gatekeeper from Gate 131 was buried in the wall there because of the key.
Are you suggesting that Rose, Jay, and the doctor are buried in this wall? Asked Roy.
But if that's the case, they'd be dead, Maury said.
Yes, if they are truly buried in the wall, in this dimension, they would be dead, Kieran said, brushing his fingers along the grooves of the brick as Lorcan had done. I suppose it wouldn't be wise to send a blast of fire at the wall if we think they might be in there, Orla said. Kieran stepped a few steps back, positioning himself in the middle of the room.
As I said, this is a mind maze. If they want to hide someone from us, they wouldn't put them in our dimension. But if this place is sacrificial ground, and if they were to sacrifice people to their higher power, there would be no point in keeping the sacrificial subjects in another dimension. They would have to be here, in this dimension. We can't see them, but it doesn't mean they're not here, Lorcan said.
Then he looked at Kieran.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Kieran nodded. It's quite disturbing to me when our minds share the same thought pattern, but yes, I agree with what you're thinking, Lorcan. Orla had her hands on her hips. Could you let those of us with ordinary minds like me know what you're thinking about so I can feel less useless? Lorcan laughed.
Come on, honey. This is just boys' talk. You hate computer and chess. Now could all of you walk to the far end of the room, please? Kieran and I want to do some searching in here. If we trigger some kind of trap and it explodes in our faces, please be kind enough to save our asses.
Roy, Maury, and Orla moved to a quiet corner of the room. I'd prefer your ass just the way it is. No explosions, please, Orla told him. Lorcan carefully searched the wall again, studying every groove. Kieran stood in the middle of the room, gazing at the wall and thinking. Lorcan found a lever hidden behind a wooden column. He signaled to Kieran.
This column has no structural function whatsoever, so this lever is probably a trap, Kieran said. I know, but we can't pretend it's not there.
Lorcan stepped away from the lever.
I'll shoot at it. This is a fair distance, so if it turns out to be a trap aimed at whoever pulls the lever, we should be fine.
Shooting is not your strong suit, Lorcan. I'll do it. Kieran pulled out a knife. Shooting would be too rough anyway. It might trigger a whole lot of different mechanisms. Kieran muttered and threw the knife, hitting the lever precisely at the handle where it should be pulled. They heard a click.
Watch out!
Lorcan shouted. Both Lorcan and Kieran dove aside just before a rain of arrows flew from behind them toward the column and the lever. When the shooting abated, they checked the lever. The wall next to the lever had been peeled off, revealing a button inside the wall. Kieran was contemplating whether it was safe to press the button when Lorcan shoved him aside, turned around, and took a couple arrows to the chest. Another 10 arrows pierced the wooden column. Chapter 27. Kieran pulled Lorcan out of the shooting range.
Your combat skills need much improvement, Lorcan. You should have turned sideways.
Lorcan's eyes started to close, and he wasn't saying anything. Kieran shook Lorcan's shoulders.
I'm going to pull the arrows out, and it's going to hurt, but you can't pass out until I say so, got it?
Hearing the commotion, Roy, Maury, and Orla darted toward them.
Stay away, there might be more traps,
Kieran warned, but they ignored him and kept approaching. Orla said nothing, but she couldn't help a couple of tears ran down her face.
Open your eyes and look at me, Lorcan,
Kieran said.
I know you have to pass out so your body can start the healing process, but for it to begin, I have to pull the arrows out. I want to make sure pulling the arrows out will not be fatal. If I'm unsure, I'll make you wait until I can do a proper surgery and remove them.
That would be too long and painful, Orla said.
This kind of damage kills ordinary people, and it kills fast. But I need to be sure I won't kill him by pulling those arrows out now,
Kieran responded. Lorcan opened his eyes.
I can handle it. Do it now,
he said. Kieran nodded and glanced quickly at Orla, and she nodded too. Kieran had seen Lorcan's survivor instincts when he killed the thing in the woods. He'd kill for those he loved, so there was no doubt he would live for those he loved. The way Lorcan looked at Orla gave Kieran the confidence that he would survive this. Orla sat down next to Lorcan and held his hand. Kieran inhaled, making sure his hands were firm and his action would be accurate. Then Kieran pulled the 2 arrows out at once. Lorcan grunted with the pain, and his eyes almost rolled back, but he regained his control swiftly. Blood spurted from the wounds, and Lorcan started to shiver with the chill. Kieran took his shirt off and stanched the blood flow. They took Lorcan to the safe corner where he could pass out to start his healing process. Orla stayed with him. Kieran, Roy, and Maury came back to the wall. "There better be no more freaking traps," Roy mumbled, and pushed Maury behind him. Maury sidestepped, glaring at him. Kieran signaled them to take a couple of steps back, then he pressed the button. The wall shuddered, loose cement dropping from the brick grooves. Then the wall detached itself from the connecting edges of the other walls and swiveled. Rose and Jay were chained to the other side of the wall. Jay was conscious, but Rose was not. Roy and Maury freed them.
"I thought there were 3 people,"
Kieran asked.
"This is Jay and Rose,"
Maury said.
"Where's the doctor?"
Roy asked.
"I don't know. When I woke, we were chained here. Rose has never regained consciousness. Is she alive?"
Jay asked. Maury checked her pulse and nodded. Jay looked at Kieran.
"This is Kieran, our friend. He's here to help,"
Roy said.
"Where are your other friends?"
Jay asked.
"Lorcan is injured. Orla is with him," Kieran responded. "So, you are the English teacher that people have been talking about. Can you walk?"
Kieran asked. Jay nodded. Kieran gave him a hand to help him stand up. Roy carried Rose to the other room. Lorcan was still out of it, but his wound had stopped bleeding. Orla gave Kieran his shirt back. Jay flopped to the ground, sitting next to Orla while Roy put Rose down on the floor. Kieran looked at his blood-soaked shirt and muttered,
"This would certainly scare young children." "Come on, put it on. You'll stir up our women," Roy whined.
Orla glanced at Kieran, noticing the incredible definition of his long, lean body. He wasn't buff like a soldier, but his muscles were goddamn elegant. She was sure Madeline was pleased. They were a beautiful couple, now a beautiful family. She knew Kieran longed to see them again. "Well, we might drool a bit, but we are very well-disciplined women, aren't we, Maury?" Orla smiled and played with Lorcan's hair, promising herself she was going to give him a kiss as soon as he came to. Kieran gave them a dismissive look, shook his head and put his shirt back on.
"It's not safe to stay here, but I guess your house isn't safe either. Is there a place we can go, Jay?"
Kieran asked.
"Where are we?"
Jay asked.
"The Raven House. I thought you knew,"
Roy said. "I know of it. Never been inside."
"Who owns it? Do you know?"
Jay shook his head.
"We still have a wing of the house we haven't searched. We're on a mission. Will you be able to stay here and look after the injured with Orla?
Kieran asked Jay.
Jay nodded. What are you looking for?
Kieran shook his head.
It's best you don't know.
Then he headed toward the other wing of the building with Roy and Maury. Once there, Kieran asked,
What's your impression of Jay? Can we trust him to stay there? I don't trust him, or anyone on this island. He has a connection with British, and the man nearly killed Orla,
Roy said.
I'm more worried about Rose. Her son wanted to kill Roy,
Maury said.
It was a misunderstanding. He thought I was with the werewolf clan before. The kid has been helping us.
Kieran nodded.
Still, he's been giving us half-baked information. He has an agenda. Let's quickly search to see if we can find any clue of the stone in here.
Maury and Roy nodded and started looking around. Chapter 28. Kieran, Roy, and Maury found nothing in the other wing of the Raven House, and they were now making their way back to the room where they'd left the 4 others. Lorcan had been up and was almost recovered. Rose had awakened, but there was no sign of Jay. Reading Kieran's question, Orla responded in anticipation. Jay said he needed to go home, and I couldn't stop him because Rose wasn't up at the time and Lorcan was still out of it. Kieran crouched next to Rose.
How are you feeling?
Not at my best, but I'll cope. Orla told me about you and what you can do to help. Jay had his own problems, but he's a good man. He was married to a woman shapeshifter. She died about 5 years ago, and since then, Jay has changed.
How did she die?
Lorcan asked.
Nobody knows for sure. My prediction was that it was the conflicts within her own family that resulted in altercations and brutal fights.
What about British?
Lorcan asked.
He's a friend of the brothers in Jay's wife's family. That's all I know. They're very secretive.
Do you know what the creatures on this island were fighting for? What are they up to?
They're always fighting over territories. Last time I heard it was something about a key. I don't know which door it would open, but Jay's wife's family used to fight with the wolves in the woods for it. Then, after she died, her family seemed to quiet down a bit. Then all the fights picked up again a couple weeks ago. I don't know why.
Why does your son want to kill Roy?
What? Why do you say that? What does my son have anything to do with this?
Is your son Michael Harris?
Rose nodded, then her eyes widened when the hologram-like image of the kid appeared. Tears rolled down her face as she stood up and approached him.
Michael!
He didn't respond. Rose reached out to touch him, but he turned slightly and disappeared into the dimension that rendered him invisible. He appeared again in the dimension where Kieran could see him.
My son, he disappeared,
Rose cried out.
He didn't disappear, Rose. He just shifted from one dimension to another. I can see him,
Kieran said.
What do you mean?
He can transfer himself in between different dimensions, or exist in multiple dimensions at once. Did you know about your son's special ability?
Rose shook her head.
No, I knew nothing about this. Is he here? I mean, there, with you? I should have taken better care of him. If his spirit can forgive me, please let me see him.
Spirit?
Kieran arched an eyebrow.
Yes, he died 4 years ago. You said his ghost can move between worlds. Can I see him again, please?
Rose cried out. Kieran looked at Roy, Maury, and Orla for explanation. He didn't have much experience in the paranormal. I don't think he's a spirit, Rose. If he is, trust me, I'd know, Orla said. But at the moment, if he's only letting Kieran see him, maybe he could ask him what he wants. Kieran nodded and turned toward the boy.
Is Rose your mother?
The kid shook his head. Kieran turned to Rose.
He's not your son. He just confirmed to me that you're not his mother. I'm so sorry.
Tears ran down Rose's face.
How could someone appear as my son?
Kieran didn't have an answer.
Shapeshifters can shift into human form, but it's rare, and it's evil. For me, it's only a myth, Roy said.
The Yakuza can, Maury said. Before they could speculate further, the kid waved frantically at Kieran and pointed toward the back door.
We can't go back there. We punched a hole in the wall, and it's now a dimensional funnel.
The kid picked up a loose brick and wrote on the floor, "Run." Chapter 29. The building shook violently as if it was going to explode. It felt like an earthquake. Kieran checked his wrist unit and asked it to call the Daemon Gate. He frowned at the screen, then looked at the group.
The Daemon Gate needs more time to gather the resources for us, but they confirm that they have received our request to shift the dimensional point of our location. What the heck does that mean? We didn't request anything,
Lorcan exclaimed. The building shook harder. Dust, cement, loose bricks started to crumble.
We have to get out of here,
Kieran shouted and headed toward the doorway. A large column cracked and collapsed right in front of him, blocking the way to the entrance. They ran toward the back and headed toward the dimensional door. The suction had stopped and the door was now closed. The building shook as if it was about to swivel. Lorcan, Kieran, and Roy fired at the door until it collapsed. Then they all stormed out into the heat of the desert beyond. As soon as they exited the building, the doorway behind them swung away and the building vanished.
Oh my God, where are we?
Rose said. Don't worry, Rose. We can find the way back to the island, Orla said.
How?
We're foxes, Maury cried. Roy nodded.
Yes, and the other wolf clan was here as well.
They pulled their guns out and scanned the surrounding area.
There's nothing here but sand and heat,
Rose said. Kieran glanced at his wrist unit, then looked at Lorcan. Lorcan looked at his wrist unit and cursed.
We've lost all signals.
Sounds of howling came from the distance.
Only shoot when necessary. The beams are not unlimited, and that sounds like a lot of wolves,
Kieran said, trying to code his wrist unit at the same time. Lorcan approached.
Is this a dead zone?
He asked Kieran. Kieran shook his head, then he looked at Lorcan.
It's not a dead zone, but someone has blocked us from space. Like the way they shifted and blocked the island?
Kieran nodded.
Not many people would have the power to do that. What exactly did British say to you? He said he'd come back to kill me, and when he does, there will be no Flanagan to protect me.
Kieran arched an eyebrow in frustration.
And you really don't know a Flanagan?
Lorcan shook his head.
Is he one of the people who could do this?
Kieran shook his head.
Maybe. But I killed him. He's the only one I know of who might be capable of combining magic and galactic matter, and has an Earth connection. You've encountered him, Orla.
What? Orla asked.
When I dropped by your place in the Daemon Gate a few weeks ago, the person who possessed you and used dark magic to attack me was Hoyt Flanagan, Kieran responded. All right, but I have nothing to do with him. Why did he protect me, and when did I need his protection?
Lorcan exclaimed. The howling had moved closer. It didn't sound like a pack attack. It sounded like an army. Lorcan and Kieran looked again at their wrist units. No signal. They pulled their guns. From the horizon, packs of wolves appeared like ants, forming a dark line that separated the sand and the sky. They had no chance of killing them all, regardless how many guns they had and how skillful they were. I'll fire at them, Orla said, and curled her hands into fists.
There are too many of them, Lorcan said. We have no chance of opening a portal here, am I right, Kieran? Unfortunately, no, Kieran muttered.
The line of wolves started moving toward them, slowly and surely. They heard a growl behind them. As they turned, they saw that Mori had shifted into a stunning red fox. She took a stance and howled into the air, a haunting sound that was powerful and heart-wrenching at the same time. Roy looked at her. There was no need for anyone to ask what Mori was trying to do. It was natural for her to take the position of alpha fox. She howled again into the air, calling for a response from the Firefox clan that she had never interacted with. Roy gazed at Mori, the woman he loved with all his heart. He was filled with pride and love. Roy shifted into a formidable black half-fox, half-wolf. Together, Mori and Roy looked magnificent. Kieran fixed his eyes on the wrist unit Roy was wearing and smiled as it adjusted in size now to fit tight to Roy's front leg. Soon, responding howls to Mori's came from everywhere. From the side and from behind them, hundreds of red foxes appeared. They approached and formed a pack behind Mori and Roy. The army of foxes charged at the sand hills. The wolves at the top of the hills howled and marched down. The foxes charged upward. The two armies stormed and merged. Howling, barking, and growling noises flooded the air. Lorcan wanted to shift, but Kieran held him back. "You're more useful in your human form, Lorcan. Focus on shooting, not biting." They raced at the sand hills behind the firefoxes and shot at any wolves that ran loose from the pack. They didn't want to hit any foxes. The fighting ground was so dense that Orla couldn't use her fireballs. They just had to wait patiently and let Roy and Mori take the front. From a distance, the fighting ground looked like a gigantic sand ball. Then the noise reduced. Bodies of foxes and wolves dropped in the sand. It was time for them to assist. Several wolves had run away. Kieran, Orla, and Lorcan rushed in and shot at any moving wolves. The sand was soon littered with animal bodies and blood. They saw a mass of moving, bloody black fur that shifted into Roy. He reeled a few feet away to pick up a pile of red fur. The little red fox lay in Roy's arms. As a tear ran down Roy's face, Lorcan pulled Orla into his arms and turned her away. Kieran approached Roy. "May I take a look at her?" he asked. Roy didn't say anything. He just released the fox. Kieran checked her pulse. There was nothing, but he knew he could do something. There was no medical ground for this. He just had to use his instinct. He couldn't explain where this thought came from, but he pulled out his knife and stabbed at the fox's back leg. A cry came out, responding to the pain. Orla burst into tears. Roy pulled the little fox back into his arms. "Come back to me. I love you, Mori." As his body shuddered with emotion, the little red fox shifted back into Mori. She moaned, and Roy held her in his arms and rocked her. He embraced the woman he loved as if his life depended on it. Indeed, his life might have depended on it, on her survival. For his entire life, that was all Roy knew, protecting Mori. Mori opened her eyes and looked at Roy, her eyes filling with tears. She didn't need to ask him, but he knew what she wanted to know. "All of your foxes are gone," Roy said. "I'm sorry, Mori." "They followed the code of honor. They protected me. They fought my battle, even though they're not even mine." A tear rolled down Mori's face. "I should have died with them." "You are mine. If I failed to protect you, I would have no reason to live, Mori. But it's hard for me to protect you if you don't accept me. I know you won't accept my mixed blood, but..." "Yes." "I'm sorry?" "I said yes, if that was a proposal. Not exactly as romantic as I've dreamt about, but it will do for now." Roy paused for a moment to digest the information. He looked back at others, looked down at Mori, then he grinned and kissed her. "Ow, you let Kieran stab me," Mori groaned. "I'll deal with him later." Roy kissed her forehead and then turned to Kieran, miming a thank you. Kieran nodded and stood, searching the horizon as he contemplated the next move. Chapter 30. The desert sun had gone down, giving way to a harsh, chilly wind whirling around the random rocks on the sandhills. They had no shelter, no food, and no water. Maury and Roy had recovered from their injuries, but they wouldn't survive for long in this climate without food and water. They camped close to where the Raven House used to be, hoping it would reappear. Kieran didn't want to rely on chance. He stuck to his wrist unit, continuing to code it and trying to fix it. Then something sparkled in the horizon like a lightning bolt. Kieran called out,
"Lorcan, check your unit."
Lorcan looked at his screen and got a glimpse of signal.
"I've got it,"
Kieran said, and strode to the open space, staring in relief at his wrist unit. He read the text on the screen, then glanced up to the top of the sandhills.
"The stone is here,"
he said.
"I thought it was underwater,"
Lorcan said.
"It is, but we're in a chaotic area of intercrossing dimensions right now. Things will change again, so let's stay close together,"
Kieran said, and stepped closer to the group. Then he looked up at the hills again.
"The information I've got suggests the stone is hidden in a place that crosses 2 dimensions and is in the middle of 9,000 moving islands. Whatever that means,"
Kieran muttered. "Look!" Orla pointed to a stone at the crest of the hill. It was glowing in a deep indigo shade. "How can you fix that gigantic rock to the key?" Maury asked.
"The stone is either inside or underneath it,"
Kieran said.
"Let's go,"
Lorcan said. They ran up the hill toward the glowing rock. They'd been running for quite a while, but the distance between them and the glowing rock didn't seem to change.
"It's shifting,"
Kieran shouted.
"Stay together."
The sand under their feet flew like fast-running water. In some areas it sunk, creating enormous holes in the ground which sucked in anything on the surface. They looked up the hill and saw the same distance to the glowing rock.
"We'll never get there,"
Rose said. Kieran knew the distance was illusional. He pulled out his portable liquid map.
"Follow me," he said.
He navigated based on the map, not on what they could see with their naked eyes. They appeared to run sideways. The sand kept sinking and flowing around them. "The sand flows like water, Kieran," Orla shouted out. Kieran stopped a moment and nodded.
"Yes, you're right. If the sand is the water, then the black rocks are the islands,"
Kieran said.
"There are 9,000 of them to navigate around,"
Lorcan added. They kept running. Kieran's map seemed to lead them closer to the glowing rock, but not close enough before they were shifted away again by the flowing sand. Rose was not as fit as the young people of her group, and she fell behind and was sucked into a sandhole. Lorcan glanced back, seeing her sinking. He reached out to grab her and slipped in the sand. Orla grabbed at the edge of a small rock with one hand and gripped Lorcan's leg with the other. Sand flew everywhere, muffling their call for help. Sensing trouble, Kieran stopped and looked back. He called out for Roy and Maury. They darted back, grabbing Orla's hand just before it slipped from the rock. They pulled Lorcan and Rose up.
"Thank you,"
Rose said.
"You shouldn't have done that, Lorcan."
"If he hadn't saved you when he had the opportunity, he wouldn't be the man I love," Orla said as Lorcan grinned.
"The sand here isn't moving."
Kieran was astonished.
"The sand around the rock was fixed, while the sand in the open spaces moves like a river. What if the rocks are not the islands but the gateways, and the flowing sand is the traffic?"
Kieran spoke his thoughts out loud. Lorcan chimed in.
"The Daemon Gate has 9,000 gateways. The hunt for the Key of Sush began at Gate 131. That can't be coincidence." "It's moving,"
Roy called out and pointed at the glowing rock. Kieran looked at his map and could see that a surging energy beneath the surface was moving rapidly. Anticipating the direction of the glowing rock, he charged. The group jumped back into the flowing sand, heading toward the rock. The sand seemed to move faster, they heard a rumbling noise from behind them and saw a 3-story-high sand wave rolling toward them. Lorcan and Roy grabbed Orla and Maury. Kieran pulled out his gun, increased the power, and shot at the sand wave and in a panning motion. The laser beam cut off the wave where Lorcan, Orla, Roy, and Maury were standing, breaking its structure. It collapsed and sand rained down on them. The tail of the wave hit Kieran, lifting him from the ground and smashing into a nearby rock like a rag doll. He dropped to the base of the rock and was quickly covered by sand. In a short moment, there was no sign of Kieran. Chapter 31. Lorcan, Roy, Maury, and Orla dove at the sight, digging frantically with their bare hands. It seemed to take forever. They couldn't find Kieran. "Are we digging in the right place?" Orla asked. Maury and Roy shifted into their fox forms and poked their noses into the moving sand. They whirled around, digging with their forelegs. They sniffed around, pushing toward the left, then the right, doing a circle. It had been 5 minutes. They searched more frantically. 7 minutes later, Roy wagged his tail and shifted back into human form. "Here, right here," he shouted, and dug at the same time. They all darted over and dug. Kieran's hand came into view. They reached down into the sand and grabbed his shoulders and pulled him up. "He's not breathing," Maury said. "Come on, Kieran," Lorcan said, checking his pulse and finding none. "CPR," Orla said as she jumped on top of Kieran and started pressing his chest. He gasped, opened his eyes, and took in a deep breath. He looked perfectly normal, as if nothing had just happened. He squinted at the sight of Orla sitting on top of him and smiled. "Thanks for the offer, Orla, but I'm taken." Orla climbed down to the sand. "You were just dead," she exclaimed. "No, I just shut my body down because I knew it would take you a while to find me. Thank you all for digging me up." "How can you just put your body on hold like that?" Roy was astonished. "That's what you get for being Udasian. How can you heal your injuries?" "We've all got our talents," Lorcan commented. "Where's Rose?" Maury asked. They looked around, and Rose was nowhere to be found. Maury and Roy shifted again and searched, but they couldn't find her. "Does that mean she's dead?" Orla asked. "Not necessarily, until we find the body," Kieran said. "There!" Lorcan shouted and pointed at a sand hill in the distance. There they saw Rose racing up the hill, approaching the flickering image of the boy. They rushed in her direction, calling out for her, but Rose didn't seem to hear them. "Are you seeing the kid?" Kieran asked. Everyone nodded. They were approaching Rose, but she still didn't hear them calling, and she kept walking up the hill to reach the boy. Kieran looked at the kid standing in the middle of the hill, gazing at Rose. There was something about him that wasn't right. "This might not be the same kid we saw in the house," Kieran said quickly, and stopped the group from running. "What's that, Kieran?" Roy asked. Lorcan squinted his eyes, seeing a bright halo around the kid. "You're right, Kieran. Something's wrong," he muttered. Feeling a prick at the back of his neck, the energy in his body started to surge. "We're running away from the stone," Orla noticed. The group turned around. By running toward Rose, they had moved a great distance away from the glowing rock. On the other hill, Rose smiled and reached her hand out for the boy. He smiled back, but Kieran could clearly see it was not a smile on the kid's face, but a crooked grin that he had seen before and didn't want to see again. "That's not the kid. It's not him," he yelled as Orla and Maury moved once again toward Rose. The sand under their feet flew faster, and they drifted even further away from the rock. Close to Rose, a dimensional gate slid open, and Jay jumped out. He ran at Rose and called out for her. She didn't respond, hypnotized. Jay raced up the hill toward the boy. He glanced at Jay, then swung his arm in the air. The arm quickly turned into a blade, and before Jay could do anything, it pierced through Rose's body. From this side of the hill, there was nothing the group could do. It was even too far for an accurate shot. Jay darted to Rose and held her in his arms. In front of them, the kid changed into the man in the black robe, then to Britius, then to Ganzorig, and then into a bunch of people that they didn't recognize. The images flickered rapidly.
"What is that thing?"
Roy mumbled. The image flickered a few more times and raised the blade again. It was about to take Jay's head off. Kieran grabbed Lorcan's gun and shot at the image. The distance was much too large for the laser beams to be effective. The thing was in an unrecognizable form at the moment, half lizard, half dinosaur. It turned toward Kieran. Orla moved to the front and threw 2 fireballs, which quickly died out mid-air. The creature seemed entertained by the group's effort. It turned to face them. Taking the opportunity, Jay pulled a knife and stabbed the creature from behind. It roared, and Jay stabbed again. The creature staggered back.
"Our guns don't do much damage. How could he make such an impact with a small knife?"
Roy asked.
"It's not an ordinary knife. He has the stone on the hilt of the knife,"
Kieran said. They then noted the sparkling indigo spot on the knife. They turned back and looked at the glowing rock to see that the rock had disappeared. The creature regained its feet and was about to attack Jay again. Where the face of the creature should have been, images kept flashing, many faces. Among them, there was one that Kieran didn't want to see, the face of Hoyt Flanagan. Hoyt was an ancient sorcerer and had more than once wanted to kill Kieran. Their last fight had almost cost him his life, but Kieran thought he had killed Hoyt. Who was Britius, and why would he say Hoyt had been protecting Lorcan? Kieran clenched his jaw, trying to control his anger. The image of the man's face flashed rapidly and then vanished. The creature turned toward Jay now and raised his blade arm again. Jay fell onto the flowing sand and dragged himself backward. The blade stabbed and slashed into the sand. Jay stood up and ran toward the group while the creature slashed at his back. He fell, but stood again and dove into the flowing sand.
"No!"
Roy yelled and wanted to dive after him, not for the man, but more for the knife he was taking with him into the deep sand. But Maury pulled him back. The creature had the same thought. It was about to rush after Jay, but was swept backward by a gigantic wave of electric current. The creature stopped and looked at the group, and saw Lorcan standing on top of the other hill, gazing at it. Lorcan's eyes were full of fire. The longer he gazed, the more electric waves came at the creature. It would soon disintegrate in the powerful heat of the electric currents. The creature withdrew a few steps. Waves of electricity shot continuously toward it. Lorcan kept a firm stance, a drop of blood trickling from his nose. He reeled back. Taking the opportunity, the creature ran off down the hill. Lorcan stepped forward, shooting more waves from his blazing eyes. The current became apparent when it hit its target. The creature roared again. It stretched its arms, creating an invisible hand to grab Lorcan. Lorcan grunted and was suddenly pulled forward, rolling down the slope. Kieran dove after him, jumping into the flowing sand. Orla tried to rush toward the falling men, but Roy held her back. The sand became a grainy whirlpool, sucking everything on the surface down into its hole, the desert wind picking the surface sand up and swirling it in a globe in the air. A moment later, the sand stopped moving. The wind calmed, and Orla, Roy, and Maury were alone with the desert sun at the top of the hill. Chapter 32. The sand rained down into an empty space in the middle of the earth, dragging Jay, Lorcan, Kieran, and the creature with it. People, creatures, and unrecognizable objects tumbled into one another, rolling down a slope and eventually settling in the middle of the mud. All the men jumped to their feet, taking a stance in preparation for whatever came at them. The creature rolled into a far corner. It rose up to a life-sized flickering image. Jay still had the knife in his hand and charged at the creature. The creature's image flickered and turned into the kid just before Jay's knife pierced its chest. Jay's hand shook as he stopped the knife an inch before it pierced what used to be the creature's chest.
No, No, it's an illusion.
Kieran yelled at Jay as he hesitated to kill the image of the kid. The creature took advantage of Jay's second of hesitation, its hand turning into a blade, and before Jay could register the information, the blade pierced his body. Pulling the blade out, the creature used its free hand to grab the knife Jay was holding. It pushed him to the ground and ran away. Kieran still had Lorcan's gun in his hand, and he beamed it at the creature. It turned and looked at Kieran, and he was sure it grinned at him. Its reptilian maw pulled upward in the shape of a smile. Then it opened its mouth and blew a jet of fire at Kieran. He jumped aside. Suddenly, the creature staggered back. It had been hit by Lorcan's electric current. He did it again, shooting the current out by gazing at the creature with his eyes, which sparked with blue fire. Lorcan shot again, and this time the creature fell backward. It roared in pain and tried to get up. Lorcan wanted to shoot again, but seeing the blood trickling from Lorcan's nose, Kieran stopped him.
"Let it go,"
he said. Lorcan shot one more time and slumped to his knees. The creature staggered, then ran again.
"God damn it! Don't use your ability so much when you don't know what it is or what it's going to cost you,"
Kieran exclaimed.
"Now I know not only your combat skills need improvement, but you need training in logical decision-making too."
Lorcan smiled, wiped the blood from his nose, and said nothing. They heard Jay stir and ran to him.
"I thought you were dead. Come on, let me help you up,"
Lorcan said. Jay shook his head. "I won't stay for long. I'll tell you what you need to know, but can you promise me one thing?" Jay closed his eyes to take a breath as blood flowed from his body and pooled on the ground. Lorcan shook his head to protest as he still wanted to take Jay back to the sandhill. Kieran merely nodded and waited for the dying man to speak. "The place you come from, is it safe?" Jay asked Kieran.
"Don't worry. I'll protect the kid if he comes to me. Is he your son?"
Jay nodded.
"I'm sorry I lied before. Jacob is my only son. He was good friends with Rose's son Michael. 4 years ago, they were playing on the sand beach and were attacked by something in the water. I couldn't bear losing my son. Precious is a friend of my wife's family. He offered to save one of the dying children, and I chose Jacob. I didn't know Precious would use magic to make him live in Michael's body. I've never had the heart to tell Rose. If you see my son again, could you help him? Could you take him in? You seem to be a man of power."
"I'll do my best,"
Kieran promised. Jay closed his eyes for a short moment to gather his remaining strength.
My wife was a shapeshifter from a powerful clan. We met in New Jersey, got married, and had Jacob. We took him to visit family on the island. Her family was estranged because of the hunt for the power of the key. Her cousins could shift into sea creatures. They're powerful, and they've killed a lot of people. They wanted to expand their territories by flooding as many places as possible using the key of Sush. My wife didn't know any of that and didn't want to get involved. As soon as we arrived, the island was disconnected from the world."
Jay closed his eyes again. Lorcan and Kieran could see his life was drifting away.
My wife found out later on that the cousins had gotten together with some forces beyond this planet to somehow lock down this island and turn it into a safe haven for creatures. Their base. She confronted them. She fought so hard to get the island back to the way it was, and they killed her for that. Before she died, she asked me to take care of Jacob. She told me I could trust Precious.
"You know he's a sorcerer?"
Lorcan asked.
I knew he could wield a magic and do a lot of other things that I don't understand."
"What's in this for Precious?"
Kieran asked.
Someone hired him to find the key, but he's on my side.
British paid a shapeshifter to take a young doctor form in Japan.
Chio? Lorcan asked, referring to the doctor who stole the key from them in their last trip. Jay nodded.
Chio formed and stationed in Japan. We almost got the key, but then the plan went south. She took the stone off the key and gave the stone to us. It was you people who interfered with our plans in Japan. British had come to the house to tell me that. That's when you saw him. When he wanted to kill you, I told him you might have the key. Do you?
We're not giving the key to any creatures, Lorcan said. Jay sighed.
It doesn't make a difference now. I can't keep my promise to my wife. I can't take Jacob out of here.
What about the werewolves and those you fought with when we arrived? Lorcan asked.
The Yakuza. They're everywhere. They want the key, too.
And then Jay drew in his last breath and died.
How are we going to get out of here?
Lorcan asked. Then he realized Jay was dead.
God damn it.
He glanced around. They were in what looked like a long, dark cave which curved in another direction. The creature had run that way into the dark hole. It might not be a good idea to follow, but they might not have a choice, Lorcan thought.
Do you think we're in another dimension, or just underneath the sandhill?
Kieran shook his head and tried to code his wrist unit.
We'll find out soon enough. Here we go.
Kieran's wrist unit flashed an operational signal. Lorcan looked at his dead unit.
Why isn't mine working?
Kieran shrugged.
Not only is mine made in you days, but I also helped design it. Smartass,
Lorcan muttered. Kieran headed in the opposite direction as the creature. They didn't have to walk far before they arrived at a T-junction. Kieran checked his wrist unit again, but before they could make any more progress, a chill hit them from behind. They turned to see British. Chapter 33.
Who killed Jay?
He barked out.
Who are you?
Kieran asked.
British, we didn't kill Jay. A creature in Jacob's form, the form you forced the kid into, killed him,
Lorcan said.
Who are you to judge me? What do you know about losing a son?
British snarled, anger flaring in his eyes.
The creature took the stone too, and we have the key. We can work together to find the stone, and then we'll discuss the key.
British laughed dryly.
You must be Kieran LeBlanc. You might have a lot of power in the multiverse, but not in the middle of the earth. I don't need power here to work our way out of this. If we fight, the consequence might be tragic, and neither of us will have a good outcome. I can't see how we can possibly collaborate. There's only one key, and we both want it. You don't just want it. Someone hired you to fight for the key. I can pay you more. It's not just the money. It's a code of honor.
Kieran donned his most formal British tone.
Would you provide me with your services for free if the mission is honorable enough?
British shook his head and laughed.
You live up to your reputation, Kieran. I was told not to talk to you.
Lorcan chuckled.
That's a compliment, Kieran.
British glanced at Lorcan, who was watching his every move like a hawk.
Money used to do the trick. But now I want more. I want him dead.
British pointed at Lorcan.
Lorcan is my friend, so if you kill him, I'll kill you. Then you'll get nothing. You don't even want to know why I want to kill him. No,
Kieran deadpanned.
Even if I can give you the stone right now, you wouldn't give him up. That's worth considering, but I know you don't have the stone.
Before British could respond, Kieran pulled his gun and shot at him. It had totally slipped his mind that British had a dimensional shield. The beam bounced off the shield and had no effect on Bricious. At the same time, Bricious waved his invisible arm and smashed at Kieran's head. Kieran fell to the ground, dazed by the hit. Bricious switched his focus back to Lorcan because he knew what Lorcan could do to him. But it was too late. Waves of energy flew at him, shooting from Lorcan's eyes. The waves cut through the shield and electrocuted Bricious, throwing him to the floor. Lorcan staggered backward. The use of this newfound ability seemed to suck a lot of energy from him. On the floor, Bricious used his invisible hand to grab for Kieran, who was still dazed. He pulled Kieran over to him and used him as a human shield. Bricious's hand turned into a blade, pressing against Kieran's throat.
"What do you want?"
Lorcan asked.
"If I want you dead, it's going to be too easy for you. You killed my son, and you'll have to pay for that." "I was a kid, and your son was in an animal form. He wanted to kill my mother." "He'd never do that. Ask your mother. You were a kid. What do you know?" "I saw it with my own eyes. He was going to rip my mother's throat out." "Between sorcery and shape-shifting, do you think anything of what you saw from our family was real?" Bricious laughed. "We were powerful. Ask your little bitch Orla. Even her family dared not cross us. All this because of women. They are our weakness. They should be damned." He laughed again and let the blade against Kieran's throat become slack. As fast as lightning, Kieran pulled a knife, turned around, and stabbed Bricious. As he staggered back, Kieran advanced and stabbed again. Bricious fell backward, but managed to give Kieran a kick on the way down. Regaining his footing, he saw Lorcan was shooting at him again. He swung his invisible hand and pulled Kieran up, shielding himself from the electric wave Lorcan was sending at him. As soon as the wave hit Kieran, Lorcan pulled back, and the withdrawn current bounced back, hitting him just as hard. Lorcan fell backward, lying on the ground, blood running from the corners of his eyes. Everything in front of him was a blur. He couldn't see anything, but he could hear the sound of Bricious approaching, his heavy breathing and the low growl of hatred in the air. "If you want to kill me, then do it. Killing Kieran isn't going to do you any good." "Killing you is too easy. I'm going to kill those you love. Your family. Your little lover. And I want you to live to see it." Bricious's voice echoed. Lorcan surged to his feet, reaching his arms out to navigate. In front of him was only a blanket of darkness. "Kieran." There was no response. "Kieran," Lorcan repeated, and heard Kieran groan from the ground. He hurried in that direction, crouched and probed with his hands for Kieran. "Are you okay?" He found Kieran's leg and shook it. "Are you okay? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you." It sounded as if Kieran had sat up. "It's okay, I've got it. Stop touching me, you're weirding me out. Jesus Christ, what happened to your eyes?" "I don't know. I can't see anything. Are you sure you're okay?" "Have you ever been electrocuted? If not, try 100,000 volts. That's what it felt like. I guessed you withdrew it. It could have been worse." "Let's call it a draw. You took half the voltage, I took half. Now I'm blind." "And I'm paralyzed." Kieran chuckled. "Just stay here for a bit. Your vision will come back shortly." "How do you know?" "Just a theory." Another of Kieran's theories. Lorcan wanted to roll his eyes, but it hurt too much, so he let the urge pass. "So now, in addition to being able to turn into a fox, without being a proper werefox because I don't have their genes and some of their supernatural abilities, I can electrocute people by staring at them. What the heck is happening to me?" "I told you I have a theory. Do you want to hear it?" "Spit it out." "Remember Zach Flynn? He came to your place with Madeline and me once in the Damon Gate?" "Yeah, how can I forget? He knocked Orla unconscious, and you tied me up so I wouldn't break his neck."
Kieran smiled. He remembered the incident vividly. Orla was being controlled and was about to kill him, which forced Zack to interfere. Kieran cleared his throat.
Zack is a sound bender. He didn't just knock Orla out physically. He can hit people with sound waves using his thoughts. He uses his mind as a vessel. So if he hits someone with strong resistance, the sound bounces back at him just as hard. So you think I can electrocute people using my eyes as a vessel? And because I withdrew the hit on Bricious when he dragged you in, it bounced back at me and hurt my eyes? Maybe not just your eyes as a vessel, but your thought process as well. What did you think about when you struck him? I wanted to smite him into charcoal, grind him into dust, and feed him to wild pigs. Well, Kieran cleared his throat. I won't argue with you now, but that's a very long thought process for a strike that happens as fast as lightning. I can try one at a time, see which one works. Oh, no random shooting when I'm around, please. You'll miss even when you're shooting with purpose.
Lorcan shrugged.
I have a feeling Bricious will be back soon. Can you walk yet? We should get out of here. I can only wobble at the moment. Can you see yet? About 10%.
They felt the cave shudder, and a rumbling noise hovered in the air as if the cave was moving.
Shit!
Lorcan stood up, hauled Kieran up to his feet, and they trekked down a quiet wing of the cave. Chapter 34. The sun had almost gone down. The desert sand became hard, and the temperature dropped. Orla searched aimlessly while Roy and Maury tried to hold her back.
We have to have a system, Orla. You've already looked in that spot, Roy said.
The hole was here, and it was just here before,
Orla exclaimed.
But the sand has shifted. If we keep repeating the process, you'll never be able to find them,
Maury said. Then she tilted her head up to sniff the air.
Can you smell them?
Orla asked.
Not Kieran, but yes, I can smell Lorcan from a mile in clear conditions. I bit him before, remember?
Then Maury gestured for silence. She sniffed again and raised her hand to point to a patch of sand.
It's solid ground, Maury,
Orla said.
There will be a hole. She's guessing the movement's underground,
Roy said.
Are they moving in this direction, Maury?
Orla asked. Maury nodded. Orla looked at Roy, and they both pulled out their guns and aimed the beams at the sand. The sand loosened in large patches and soon funneled down, turning into a hole. Orla ran to the edge of the sand patch and looked down into the cave.
Lorcan,
she called.
Kieran,
she called again. There was no sound but the breezes blowing up from the hole.
Breezes,
Orla said, then looked at Roy, who had arrived at the same thought. Roy stood up and called out for Maury.
There are breezes. It might be a tunnel, not a cave. Can you find out where the other end is?
Maury nodded, concentrated, and sniffed the faint scent in the air. She followed the scent. She strode, galloped, and pointed.
There, over there.
Orla and Roy rushed in that direction. Around a curve at the top of another hill, there was the open mouth of a cave.
Lorcan!
Orla shouted into the darkness. There was a low growl from a dark corner in response to Orla's call, and the enormous creature they had just fought on the hill stepped out, glowing on one side and bleeding on the other. It staggered a bit on the injured side. Orla pulled her gun and shot at it. The beam pushed it back, but the wounds weren't fatal. The creature spat out a jet of fire at Orla, and she rolled on the ground to avoid it. Roy stood in front of Orla and fired. Similar to what happened with Orla's gun, the beams from Roy's gun didn't do much damage to the creature. It reeled, but then advanced again.
Technology doesn't do much for you,
Orla said to herself.
But let's see how magic does.
She curled her fists and threw 2 fireballs at it. Its tail and wing caught on fire. While it frantically tried to put out the fire, Maury leapt at it and pushed her knife into its eye. It roared and swung its free arm, throwing Maury several feet away to lie on the ground beside Roy and Orla. Orla sent in more fireballs, but the creature had learned and spat out a jet of liquid venom to extinguish the fire quickly. Orla, Roy, and Maury backed up to avoid the venomous spray. They hit the edge of a cliff as the creature limped toward them.
Should we jump?
Orla asked.
Too high,
Roy said.
We can jump in fox form. I said it's too high, Maury.
The creature advanced. This might be the end of them, Orla thought. The creature roared. It wasn't a sound of triumph. It was a sound of terrible pain. It roared again, reeling toward the cliff. Orla, Roy, and Maury rolled out of the way as the creature continued toward the edge of the cliff. Roy prepared to give it a final pushover. Behind the creature, Lorcan and Kieran ran out from the darkness of the cave. Lorcan had electrocuted the creature twice, and he fell to his knees, drained of energy. Kieran charged at the creature with a knife.
Don't let it fall off the cliff,
he said, diving at the creature to grab its tail. Roy pulled at one leg, and Maury and Orla got another leg. Kieran jumped on top of the creature and arced his knife down into its brain. Chapter 35. Kieran stabbed at the creature until its life was drained. When they were certain it was dead, they turned the body over. Kieran yanked open a layer of wrinkled skin on its belly, pulling loose the knife with the stone tucked inside. The creature wriggled, its eyes sparking again with energy. Kieran used the knife with the Indigo Stone to stab it in the heart. This time, steam was expelled from its heart and brain. It was finally dead. Kieran flopped onto the ground, puffing. Orla rushed to Lorcan, asking, "What happened to your eyes?"
They bled a bit, but they're okay now.
Orla wiped away the blood on his face and looked into his striking blue eyes. She kissed his cheek. Lorcan brushed a tear that had escaped from her eye.
I've only got 50% of my vision back now, but it's coming back slowly. I can see that you're still alive and beautiful.
He smiled. Orla cried. He pulled her into his arms and said,
It's okay now, honey. As long as we're together, we're going to be okay. Don't cry.
Kieran sat up and checked his wrist unit.
We've got a signal. We're getting out of here,
Roy said, and pecked Maury's cheek. From the sky, a ring of light came down, encircling a large area of the sand. The light circled and spun, and the Raven House appeared at a position totally different from where it was before.
We'll get back to the island now,
Kieran said, and strode toward the back door of the Raven House. The group pushed into the short corridor and through the house with no resistance, and they made their way into the street. Kieran kept looking at his wrist unit for new messages and signals. Then he turned toward the group with a grin.
They'll open the portal for us back on the beach. Once we're away, safe and sound, they'll rotate the dimensional shield on this island. Then everything here should be back to normal.
A flood of relief washed over everyone. Orla jumped up and hugged Lorcan. Roy pulled Maury into his arms and kissed her tenderly. Kieran looked across the street, saying nothing, waiting until the scene of joy and affection was finished. "What's that, Kieran?" Orla asked.
I beg your pardon?
"Why were you looking at the bakery? Hungry?"
No,
Kieran smiled. Orla raised an eyebrow, then turned around. "Who's hungry?" The show of hands suggested that Orla was going to have to make a trip to the bakery. She winked at Kieran. "And what would you like?" He shook his head.
Nothing, thanks.
"Come on."
Okay, a bagel would be nice.
Kieran gave in. Orla grinned and sauntered across the street. Shortly she was back with food for everyone. She gave Kieran his bagel, and he thanked her and quickly shoved the bagel into his pocket. Lorcan laughed through a mouthful of pastry at the surprised look on Orla's face. Kieran noticed it too.
I apologize if I offended you, Orla. The bagel isn't for me. Madeline mentioned how much she's missed bagels, so I thought it would be nice if I could bring her something.
A tear rolled down Orla's face. Lorcan wiped it off and cooed.
Oh, come on, honey. I love you just as much as he loves his wife. I'd die for you. All he does is bring Madeline a bagel.
I love you too, Orla said.
Kieran shook his head and smiled to himself.
Let's go,
Kieran said. Before he turned to leave, he saw the boy standing at the corner of the street in full view.
Jacob,
Kieran said to the group, because he knew if Jacob was 100% in his view, the others wouldn't be able to see him. Kieran approached and crouched so that he was at eye level with the youngster. He looked into Jacob's tear-filled eyes. His skinny shoulders started to shake as he sobbed.
You know your father's dead.
Jacob nodded, and a tear rolled down his face.
I'm so sorry for your loss. I know he tried really hard to get you off this island. Before he died, he asked me to take care of you. Did you know that?
Jacob shook his head, and more tears rolled down.
If you trust me, you can come with me to my place. I know people who will help you and take care of you.
Jacob picked up a rock and wrote on the street. Where?
It's a place far away from here. A universe full of nice people.
Kieran smiled. Psylocke? Jacob wrote. The smile faded from Kieran's face. He shook his head.
I live in Udays. Psylocke is not a very nice place. There are many bad people living there.
Bricious is a good person. He helped me. He told me Lorcan had killed my father. Lorcan couldn't see Jacob, but he could see the words on the ground. He opened his mouth to say something, but Kieran gestured for silence.
Jacob, a Yaku's creature killed your father. Lorcan didn't do it. Bricious is not the good man you think he is.
Jacob shook his head. He saved my life. He taught me how to hide in different dimensions.
He didn't save you. He killed Michael and made you take Michael's body. That's not how someone should live, Jacob.
He said he'd protect me.
If you believe what Bricious says, why come to me? Lorcan is my friend, and I trust him.
Jacob started to cry out loud and shook his head.
You don't know why you came to me?
Jacob continued to shake his head and cry. Kieran tried to look into Jacob's eyes.
Did Bricious hold you against your will?
Jacob shook his head, then he wrote, He was injured and I left him. Am I a bad boy?
No, you're not a bad boy. You're confused, but you have good survival instincts. You took the opportunity to leave Bricious. It tells me that he'd threatened you in one way or another. Jacob, did he tell you if you ever leave him, he'll hurt your father?
Jacob shook his head and cried again. He said if I tell, the bad people will kill everyone on the island. I didn't tell anyone, but people kept dying. He wiped the tears off his face and continued to write. When he told me my father was dead, I left him. I only worried about my father and not others. I am a bad boy. Kieran turned Jacob's shoulders so he looked into Kieran's eyes.
How old are you?
10.
Do you know what a 10-year-old boy should be doing?
Jacob looked down at the pavement. Kieran tilted his chin up.
You should be going to school, learning, and playing with other kids. You shouldn't have to worry about the fate of an island, or whether someone will kill your father if you say the wrong thing. I can't change what happened to you in the past, but if you trust me and come with me, I promise you will have a home and people who love you.
Nobody will love me for nothing. Kieran stared at those words coming from a child. He turned back and saw Orla and Maury had teared up. He cleared his throat.
Well, if you come with me, my wife, Madeline, will be looking after you. She loves kids. Maybe you should bring her something as a gift?
Jacob contemplated, then wrote, Is she nice? Kieran smiled.
She's very nice. I love her with all my heart. If you like me, you'll like her.
Jacob nodded, then pulled out a small stone box with exquisite carving on the lid. Kieran didn't need extensive knowledge in antiques to know that this was a precious item. Jacob opened the box, showing that it was empty. Then he wrote, Dad told me to put one hope in here a day,
and my wish will come true when I have enough hope. But the box was always empty, so I took it to the beach to put some sand into it. Then Michael and I got attacked by something in the water, but I still put a hope in it every day. Do you think Madeline would like to have it?
This is too precious for a gift, Jacob. I am sure Madeline will love you even without it. But if it makes you feel better, yes, you can give it to her, and she will love it.
It's still empty, though. Kieran smiled and pulled out his bagel.
This is my gift to Madeline from this trip. Why don't I fill your box with it?
It's just a bagel from the bakery. Don't you have anything more precious? Kieran laughed.
Madeline used to live in New York, and she loves bagels. Where we live now, there is no such thing. So yes, a bagel is very precious to her now.
Jacob nodded. The bagel was too round for the box, so he broke it in smaller pieces and squeezed it in. Then Jacob put the box in Kieran's hand and signaled him to hold on to it. Kieran nodded, slid the box into the pocket of his shirt, and smiled at Jacob. Are you a guardian angel? Mother said she would get guardian angels to come and protect me and Father. But then she died, and the angels have never come.
No, I'm just a man. But I'm lucky enough to have talented people here to help me. People like Lorcan, Orla, Roy, and Maury. See, they are waiting for you. They are good people, and they will help you too.
Jacob nodded. Kieran's rest unit signaled. He looked at it and then turned around to talk to the group.
Brandon is attacking one of the portals in the Daemon Gate to distract them from opening the portal for us. They'll still do it, but they can only hold it open for a very short time. We've got to get moving now.
Then he turned toward Jacob.
Are you coming with me?
Jacob nodded and trailed behind Kieran. They had only gone a block when Roy and Maury stopped them.
Werewolves and a lot of were-creatures ahead, Roy said.
That's the shortest way to the beach, Orla exclaimed.
We'll have to detour via the bush,
Maury suggested. They veered right to a smaller alley, which led to the bush and ran as fast as they could. Chapter 36. The group exited the bush at the beach, far from the spot where they had landed before. They raced toward the landing port. Kieran kept checking his wrist unit while running, keeping an eye on Jacob at the same time. They felt the ground start to shake.
What's that?
Maury asked. Kieran looked at his wrist unit.
Movements of energy underneath the Earth's surface. This is what we had seen before sending you guys back here for the stone. Can we open our individual portals the way we always do?
Lorcan asked.
No, not with the size of our group. And when every force in the multiverse that wants this Indigo Stone is watching out for the teleport so that they can attack us. We need the Daemon Gates teleport system. It's the best and the safest. Better than Eudace's?
Lorcan chuckled.
I hate to admit it, but teleport is not our strongest suit. However, Eudace offers the safest destination for us, so we'll be using the Daemon Gates teleport system to get to the transitional zone, and then we'll travel to Eudace from there.
We're not going to the Daemon Gate now? Orla asked.
No, that route is too predictable.
Kieran smiled. They had almost made it to the middle of the long sand beach when they saw a wave surge up at the horizon. That dragon again! Orla shouted. Lorcan looked at the size of the monster's head rising up from under the water, and he knew they were in deep trouble.
It's very ugly for a dragon,
Kieran said.
Jacob, can you hide in another dimension for now?
Jacob nodded, ran away, and disappeared.
We have to kill that creature,
Kieran said.
How? The last time Orla blocked its wave with the sand, and it gave us just enough time to run away. Now we don't have a portal to run to,
Roy said.
A dragon is a mythical creature. This one is not. It's a very big and ugly reptile. If it's an animal with a tangible form, there's a way to kill it,
Kieran said.
But we need a realistic way to kill it right now. Any ideas?
Lorcan asked.
Not yet.
The sea creature ascended higher above the water's surface and started moving inland. Each movement created a large wave which penetrated deeper inland. The group withdrew, further away from the shoreline.
Going back to town is just inviting the creature to drown the whole island,
Kieran said as the creature raised its tail 50 feet above the water and slammed it down, sending water flying inland to rain down on them. The creature whacked its tail again. A wave a story high rolled in and crashed on the shore. Orla charged to the front of the group, but Lorcan pulled her back, saying,
"No, Orla."
Orla broke away and darted toward the water. Her eyes had turned blank. She raised her arms and created a wall of sand that rolled upward toward the sky and smashed into the wave. But the water was stronger and broke through the sand wall, leaping onto the land. Although the water had been weakened, it still had enough force to hurl everyone like rag dolls, smashing them against hard objects, before withdrawing to the sea, dragging everything in its way with it. Everyone clung to the rock cliffs, trying to hold on through the withdrawing force of the water. As soon as the water had cleared the beach, they flopped onto the wet sand.
"Any solutions, Kieran? I don't think we can survive another wave,"
Lorcan asked. Kieran saw the creature raise its tail, about to create a second wave. Its beady eyes pierced through him, as if enjoying the sight of the vulnerable humans before it. Kieran raised his arms, indicating that he wanted to say something, and the creature stopped, its tail hovering in the air. Kieran spoke quietly through his teeth to his friends.
"It's listening to me. Is it safe to assume that it's a shapeshifter, and the other half of it is human?"
Kieran punctuated the separate words shape and shifter to make his point.
"Yes,"
Roy responded quickly. Kieran looked at Orla.
"Don't hate me, Orla. What are you?"
Lorcan hadn't finished his sentence when Kieran drew the knife with the indigo stone and pressed it against Lorcan's neck. Orla growled and threw herself at Kieran.
"Keep her still,"
Kieran shouted at Roy and Maury.
"We all want to live, but something has to give."
He dragged Lorcan out onto the beach, pressing the knife harder to his neck. The creature had lowered its tail, focused on Kieran. A stream of blood began to flow from where the knife had cut into Lorcan's flesh. The creature recognized the knife and lowered itself for a closer look.
"I don't know who you are, but I have nothing to do with this. I heard you wanted him because he killed your woman, and you want the Indigo Stone as well, so here it is. You can have both. Just let the others live. Can we make a deal?"
The creature growled.
"Don't come any closer. I'll leave what you want here. Take it or leave it. It's up to you."
Kieran spun Lorcan around and stabbed him. Lorcan grunted and dropped to the sand. Kieran raised the knife, stained with Lorcan's blood for the dragon to see. The knife with the indigo stone shone at the creature, stopping it from moving as if it had mesmerized it. Kieran put the knife down beside Lorcan's body. Then he stepped backward slowly, turned around, and ran as fast as he could toward the rocks. The creature appeared to frown at Lorcan's dead body. Then it lowered itself to sea level and moved inland. The water raised up, hitting Lorcan's body and shifting the knife. Regardless of how gently the creature moved, the water hit Lorcan's body and washed the knife further away. The creature suddenly stopped moving, began to shrink in size, and then walked out of the water as a man in lizard skin. When Kieran saw that the creature had left the water and was moving toward Lorcan's body in human form, he charged at it and blasted his laser beams. It turned and roared at Kieran. Roy, Maury, and Orla also ran at it, guns blazing, covering the creature in beams. It roared with pain and slumped to the ground. From behind it, Lorcan stood up.
"Yo,"
he called. As soon as the creature turned to look at Lorcan, it jerked back, screamed, and burst into flame. Lorcan had electrocuted it. He did it again and again until there was nothing left. He slumped to his knees, exhausted. Orla ran to him, and he pulled her into his arms and embraced her. The water gently lapped at their feet, cool and soothing. rewarding them for a battle won. Over Orla's shoulders, Lorcan smiled at Kieran.
You could have been a little gentler with the knife.
Kieran picked up the knife with the indigo stone and tucked it under his belt.
You could have been gentler when you electrocuted me. You can heal yourself quickly. I can't. Besides, it was a cut, not a stab. Don't be such a wuss. Bastard.
Lorcan grinned, rolling his eyes.
What?
Kieran asked. Lorcan nodded toward the back. Kieran turned to see Roy and Maury were drowning in a passionate kiss.
No need to teleport them. They're already in another universe.
Kieran muttered and turned to search for Jacob. He heard a sound from behind him. It was Bricious. He stood with Jacob in Kieran's full view. When Kieran glanced back, he could tell that the group didn't see either one. Bricious smirked, his hand around Jacob's throat now transformed into a blade.
One wrong move, and I'll separate his head from his body.
Chapter 37. Kieran froze. He couldn't even ask Bricious what he wanted, because the others would see that he was talking to no one. As much as he wanted the others to read his eyes or his mind and do something about it, he wouldn't risk Jacob's life, which had already been savaged once. Bricious approached and whispered into Kieran's ear. Don't speak to me. When the portal to the Daemon Gate opens, I will get in with you. Once we get to the Daemon Gate, you will lead me to the key of Sush. After I get the key, you will give me the knife with the Indigo Stone. Then he stepped away from Kieran and squeezed Jacob's neck a bit harder, causing him to gasp for air to make his point. Kieran shifted his stance and gave a slight nod. His eyes fixated on Jacob's, and he let out a sigh of relief when Bricious eased his hold on the boy. Bricious had to whisper because his voice could cross dimensions and others would hear him, Kieran thought. He gazed at Jacob and got the strange feeling that he could communicate with Jacob with his mind. He made up a plan in his mind and sent the thought to Jacob. The boy blinked.
That's a disagreement,
Kieran thought, and sent his thought again to insist. Jacob's eyes teared up, and he looked as if he might not cooperate.
Stubborn boy,
Kieran thought. A few feet away, Lorcan was walking over to Orla, her back to Kieran, Bricious, and Jacob. Lorcan glanced at Kieran and frowned.
Did you find gold in the sand, Kieran?
Kieran turned and smiled.
When we get to the Daemon Gate, there will be plenty of gold for you to dig. So stop looking for it here. Want to share a few rounds of air fencing while we wait for the gate?
Air fencing? Roy asked. Lorcan laughed.
People play air guitar, so why can't we do air fencing?
Ah, Roy nodded with understanding.
It still requires a lot of energy, and I don't really want to hear you grunt. It's not a nice sound.
Kieran grinned and turned away. He heard a low, warning growl from Bricious. Bricious blinked a few times, revealing his wormy irises. Kieran nodded as he understood that Bricious was now a Xylox citizen and was invisible to the Daemon Gates system. He could sneak into their teleport without being discovered. Bricious smirked when he saw that Kieran realized he was at a huge disadvantage. Kieran turned to his side as if he was saying something to Lorcan, and then, fast as lightning, he pulled his gun and blasted at Bricious's head. He knew the beam wouldn't work on him, but that was the only plan he could execute at the moment. As Kieran predicted, he'd provoked Bricious and had broken his concentration. The blade arm pressed to Jacob's throat loosened a bit, and Kieran flew at Bricious. He dropped his gun on the way, pulled the Indigo Stone knife, and stabbed at Bricious's head. Bricious had no choice but to raise his blade arm to block the attack. Jacob took the opportunity to duck down, and he disappeared from that dimension. Kieran's hand bounced back when the knife hit the blade arm. Half of Kieran's body went numb with the impact. Attacking Bricious with his human strength was a stupid idea, but Kieran knew he didn't have any other option at the moment. Kieran saw that Jacob had safely left this dimension, turning 50% transparent. It was time for Kieran to flee, so he stabbed a few more times to keep Bricious busy blocking, and then ran. Lorcan had aimed like a hawk. The 50% transparent Jacob pointed at Bricious's position. Lorcan focused on that position. Kieran made it a few feet away from Bricious and yelled, "I'm clear." Bricious roared in fury. He could see he was in trouble, but he had allowed his anger to take over his rational mind. He extended his blade arm, pointing at Kieran from behind. Jacob darted in front of Kieran, pointing frantically. Kieran stopped running and turned to see the sharp blade inches from his chest. It was too late for him to do anything. He felt the impact of the blade on his chest, and at the same time, the shape of Bricious jerked upward and turned red as he was electrocuted. Then Kieran saw nothing else. Chapter 38. Lorcan saw Kieran go down and Bricious burning like a torch from the inside. He had been watching Kieran closely. Kieran had mentioned the Daemon Gate, which was not their destination, and he'd also mentioned gold in the Daemon Gate. Then he had hinted that he needed Lorcan to use his energy, meaning electrocuting someone. And that person was hiding in a different dimension. That person couldn't speak out loud because he could hide his tangible form, but his sound might cross dimensions. Lorcan didn't think he could have done any better than he had given his limited time and information, but maybe he hadn't been quick enough to save Kieran. Lorcan picked the knife up from the sand and charged at Bricious. He would burn to ashes anyway, but it wasn't enough. Lorcan stabbed at Bricious again and again. Then Bricious's eyes fluttered open, and he chanted, "On this day, in this space, I curse your parents for the death of my son. I bind the curse with my soul, and for that I shall go to hell." "Shut up," Lorcan yelled and stabbed some more, but Bricious continued to chant the curse. It took both Orla and Roy to drag him off of Bricious's dead body. Kieran opened his eyes and saw Jacob and Maury sitting next to him. Jacob looked at Kieran's chest and seemed to be happy with what he saw. He smiled. Kieran smiled weakly as his chest hurt when he tried to move any muscle on the upper half of his body. He tried to sit up. Maury gave him a push from the back. "Slow and steady. Here you go," she said. Bricious's body had started to disintegrate into worm puddles. Orla and Roy dragged Lorcan toward where Kieran lay. "You see? He's already up. He didn't die. Don't be upset," Orla comforted. Lorcan shrugged Roy and Orla off him and slumped to his knees, puffing in exhaustion. He knew Orla thought he was upset because he'd assumed Kieran had died because he was too slow to shoot Bricious. He would let her think that. Lorcan watched Kieran trying to sit up with difficulty and wincing with the pain. Kieran's shirt had been pulled open, and looking down, he could see a large purple bruise had formed at the position of his heart. Kieran looked at Orla for an explanation. "You were saved by a bagel," Orla said. Kieran looked at his chest again and recalled the impact when the blade hit his body. Lorcan's strike had reduced the power of the blade and had pushed Bricious backwards, but he'd still managed to reach Kieran's chest. When he hit the stone box, he must have thought he had done damage. Because Kieran's shirt was covered in Lorcan's bloodstains, Bricious wouldn't be able to tell whether he had wounded Kieran. Still, the hit was, after all, hard enough that it had ground the box into dust. A beam flashed down in a large circle onto the sand. "About damn time," Roy mumbled. Lorcan stood up, squinted at the light, and then approached to give Roy a hand with helping Kieran to the teleport. As soon as they entered the light circle, Jacob appeared in the same dimension with everyone. He could feel it when Kieran and everyone else could see him at the same time. A smile flashed on his face when Orla crouched and opened her arms to him. "Hello, stranger. Come give me a hug." A short moment later, at a station in Alfie, a satellite station of Uday's, Kieran manned the control panel and executed many complicated programs. Rows and waves of data and code flowed on the screen, each creating a visual change in a map-like picture displayed on another large monitor. Kieran pointed to blue dots in the middle of the map.
That's the island where it's supposed to be. Using the data and resources provided by the Damon Gate, I have rechanneled some of the astronomical energy forces elsewhere and have shifted the shield that covered that island, blocking its dimensional view from other universes, including Earth.
So everything is back to normal now? Orla asked.
Yes, for now.
Chapter 39. The spaceship they traveled on looked like a minibus shaped like a capsule. There were no windows to see outside. Kieran explained that these internal capsules travel in connected tunnels, and there was nothing to see. In addition, they traveled too fast for human eyes to see anything. Orla smiled to herself. Yes, Kieran had called this vehicle a capsule. Kieran assured everyone that English was the official language in Udays, especially in the Seifield zone. More terminology that they would have to learn. Seifield was a short form of scientist-philosopher, a powerful and important position in the committee that governed this universe of 600 billion people. Orla shook her head, trying to register the information. It was a world different from the Damon Gate, and it made what she and Lorcan had experienced there feel rather ordinary. Lorcan turned aside and saw her smiling at him. He kissed her cheek.
What are you thinking about, dreamer?
He asked. This is a new life for us.
Yes, indeed. Why aren't you happy?
I am. What are you talking about? Orla shook her head and smiled. Something hovering in the air bothered her. The look in Lorcan's eyes was distant. She had caught him a couple of times avoiding eye contact with her. What was that about? Orla pushed away the black cloud in her mind, a dark thought that would only turn into a nightmare and made her weep for nothing. The fear of losing Lorcan. Orla, put that away, she told herself. Ever since childhood, she feared she might not be good enough for him. Her parents had died when she was only a kid and had left her nothing except a black magic debt and a dysfunctional family. Until now, she didn't quite understand what it was about her that Lorcan was head over heels in love with. He had left everything for her: family, wealth, connections, a world of opportunities. He had spent the life on the run with her and protected her as much as he could. Why? That fear, that question clung to her body like a cancer cell, waiting to spread whenever her immune system was weak. It was weak now. The look Lorcan had given her after his encounter with Bricious was inexplicable. And then there were his nightmares, his hallucination when he was injured. When he was figuring out his werefox issues, Orla understood he was experiencing self-doubt and confusion, but he had gotten over that. So what was happening now was more than that, more profound. What was going on in his mind had not only to do with himself, but with her and their relationship as well. They had never kept secrets from each other. Orla sighed. Lorcan lifted her chin.
What's that, Orla?
Huh?
What are you thinking about?
Roy and Maury. They must be happily settled in their place by now. I was just wondering when we'll have a chance to visit them. Kieran turned around from the control panel.
As soon as tomorrow, if you like. They live in the residential area in District 7. What's the deal with the doctor you left Jacob with?
Lorcan asked.
He's a good friend of ours. He helped Madeline and me when we first arrived to Udays. He has a daughter Jacob's age. He'll take good care of Jacob.
A robotic voice announced their arrival at Kieran's residence. Kieran opened the capsule door and led them to the private platform. What a place! Orla gasped. The private station shined with metal and stone, a mixture of contemporary design and medieval architecture. There were no green men walking around and no flying saucers in the sky. It was just like a palace somewhere in England. The grand entrance led them to the main hall with gigantic columns, arched ceilings, and stone statues. A robotic butler appeared, greeted them by name, and asked if they needed anything. How does he know us? Orla asked.
The system must have updated and populated the moment we were accepted to Udays,
Lorcan said. Technology really comes in handy sometimes. Orla grinned. From a wing, Madeline stepped out. She smiled graciously and greeted Lorcan and Orla. Then she looked at Kieran. She fixed her eyes on his left shoulder where the injury was. Kieran saw Madeline's look and silently wished Kieran luck. Because Kieran didn't have the ability to heal himself quickly, the wound wouldn't look pretty when Madeline got to check it. Kieran approached and rubbed his thumb over the dimple on Madeline's left cheek. She touched his unshaven face, tucked away a strand of his long hair, and looked into those intense grey eyes that she hadn't seen for days.
"How are the kids?"
Kieran asked.
"They stopped talking to me. They must be waiting for you."
She touched his left shoulder.
"Is this bad?"
Kieran shook his head.
"Nothing is as bad as what I've missed."
Then he kissed her. Orla looked at Kieran and Madeline, her eyes dreamy. Lorcan pulled Orla into his arms and kissed her. There, Orla let herself melt into his kiss. Kieran asked Orla,
"Do you want to see the twins?"
"Of course, I'd love to." Orla smiled.
"Madeline, would you mind taking Orla to the children's chamber?"
Madeline smiled at him. She knew her husband, and that was a sign that he needed to have a private conversation with Lorcan.
"Come on in, Orla. The kids will be thrilled to see you."
Madeline gestured to the corridor. "Aren't you coming?" Orla asked Lorcan.
"Of course, but I just need to check out Kieran's computer experiment first."
Lorcan grinned. Orla nodded and followed Madeline to the children's chamber. When they had exited the hall completely, Kieran asked,
"Are you sure about this?"
Lorcan nodded, raking his hands through his hair.
"I have to leave now, or I won't leave at all."
Kieran nodded. He knew what it was like to have loved ones threatened, but he thought Lorcan's decision was rushed.
"I know what it feels like, Lorcan, but I think you should be better prepared. The threat wasn't solid, and yet—" "I know you don't believe in magic. I don't want to either, but British cursed my parents. I told you what happened to Orla and me in London. Those curses are real." "British was a wannabe mind-bender. He's not good enough to bend your mind. Don't let him succeed, especially after his death. But Hoyt Flanagan, the one British said was protecting you for unknown reasons, is a real threat to you days. I need you here to help me handle that."
Lorcan sat down, toying with his hair again.
"My family still thinks that I'm in London. I checked the voicemail, and there was a missed call from my family without a message."
He looked up at Kieran.
"My parents stopped talking to me when I left for Orla. I've never told Orla that. My sister calls a lot, and whenever she can't get me, she always leaves a message."
He stood up.
"My family knows nothing about magic. Do you think I can call them now and say, 'Watch out for a dead man's curse'? Would you do that if it were your family?"
Kieran shook his head.
"I'm sorry. My comment was careless. Of course you have to go."
Then he looked at Lorcan.
"I promise I will keep an eye on Orla."
Lorcan nodded and turned on his heel.
"Take my private capsule. Go to Alfie and teleport to Ireland from there."
Lorcan turned around.
"I can't take the fucking capsule,"
Kieran commanded. Lorcan nodded. He glanced back at the corridor where Orla had exited, then turned, put his head down, and walked out. A moment later, Orla returned to the main hall of Kieran's residence and faced a blast of hollow air. She drew in a breath. It wasn't the air that was hollow, but it was the emptiness of a space without Lorcan in it. She'd given him enough time to leave to do whatever it was that he had to do. She had left to play with the children because she knew if she had hung around him, he wouldn't have left. She wanted him to sort out whatever problem he was dealing with, otherwise it would haunt him for the rest of his life. But it still stung to face the reality of it. Kieran was looking out a window, his hands shoved in his pockets. "I'd like to go where you sent Lorcan." Kieran turned around.
"I didn't send him. He went by himself, and I'm sure he'll be back soon. In the meantime, you'll stay here with us."
"I need to go with him. I know he has a problem to deal with, but I won't let him deal with it by himself."
"I promised to keep an eye on you."
Then watch me leave. Orla strode to the exit and realized that in this universe, she wouldn't have a clue how to even open a door manually, let alone everything else requiring technology. She stopped and turned. Kieran wouldn't give in to her tears, so that was of no use. If there is magic involved in whatever Lorcan has to deal with, you know he's at a disadvantage, right? You know that regardless of your technology and your weapons, you can't help Lorcan when it comes to dark magic. Kieran shifted his stance slightly, and Orla saw it. If the people Lorcan deals with have galactic connections, can use the sort of technology you use, and can also wield magic, then you know you're sending Lorcan to a dead zone. Kieran turned back to the window. Kieran, if he's going back to Ireland without my help, he's heading straight to his grave. Kieran slowly turned around to look into Orla's eyes and saw vicious determination, the kind he found in Madeline's eyes whenever he was in trouble. It wasn't just love, it was the primal need to protect a loved one.
Where exactly in Ireland do you want to go?
The riverbank where we met. I'll show you on the map. Orla smiled as Kieran gestured her to the control room.
This has been Indigo Stone, Spectrum of Magic, Book 3, written by D.N. Leo, narrated by Claire Lindsay. Indigo Stone audio production is brought to you by DN Media and Narrative Land Publishing, exclusive to the Multiverse Novels channel. For more novels in the Multiverse collection, please visit dnleo.com/audiobooks, or click on the link provided below this video. We hope you enjoyed the experience. To support the YouTube channel, please consider subscribing to the channel and like this video. Thank you for listening.